That might be too stupid for you.
I don't think so. And you know, as far as fiat money to Bitcoin, the government doesn't give a shit whether they pay $100,000, $500,000, or $2 million for Bitcoin. It doesn't make any difference. In the end, it kills the fiat system.
I guess my question is, who in the Trump administration is it that will have such conviction in Bitcoin that they will abandon the dollar and everything they've said so far, wreck the world, wreck the global economy, to switch to a Bitcoin standard?
He didn't say anybody was going to abandon.
Yeah, I think it strengthens the dollar.
No, not one time did anyone say that.
I think it strengthens the dollar.
You're too smart, bro, to have heard that. Absolutely. And it strengthens America. To do this would be insane.
Well, he was saying get rid of fiat, right? To take the world off the fiat standard.
No, he's saying, it's purpose.
It would now be backed by Bitcoin, so it wouldn't be like as fiat-y, I guess.
Yeah, to clarify, right, the concept here is to make the dollar the currency of the world, to have it backed by a hard asset, that being Bitcoin, and then there's no reason for countries around the world to have their own shit coins.
But they will. There'll be so many coins, man. I think the guy was making a comment about BRICS earlier. I've never seen any of this BRICS stuff. Mix, Mina, Dina. We should have hundreds of markets. That would be awesome. Instead of what we have today, we basically buy from monopolies, oligarchs, just entire clubs, man. Name me an industry other than Bitcoin that's not minimally an oligopoly of 4 or less. I mean, just show me one industry that does not have 4 major players or less controlling 70-ish% of the market. Let me know when you come up with that one. You can chat GBT that shit all day long. Puncher, what's up? What's up? I just got out of the bathtub, so I'm jacked up now. I might just get a little angry.
TMI. So if you're of the persuasion that everything can be kicked down the road and everything's fine, and then this is not, just set aside everything and plug your ears. But if you're of the opinion that war, an economic war or an economic catastrophe is baked into the cake, then what you do from a military perspective is you have a strategy. You have a mission objective that's clear, measurable, and achievable. You identify the threats very clearly. You identify the available resources, right? And then you talk about, lessons learned from before, when this has happened, when there's been a reset, what to do, what not to do, some guiding precepts, as it were, because no plan survives first contact with the enemy. And then you come up with that plan, factoring all that into it. And then you have like a contingencies, a trigger and action matrix. If this happens, then we will do this. If that happens, then we will do this. And that's how you go into it. The alternative to that, assuming that war is coming, economic war is a bad term, turmoil. Or you can just wait for it to happen and then react. And you know this, Gary, and everybody else in the business. If you are reacting to the other side, you are losing. Right? If you're reacting to the market, you're losing. If you are forcing the market to react to you are winning. I think that's a much better strategy going into what we're about to face. If you believe, like Darkside and I do and others, that that's what's coming. You can either have it set upon you, or you can be proactive in affecting the outcome.
No doubt, man. I love you being up here. No doubt. You can either pull the trigger or try to do the matrix move and react to the bullet. I'd rather be pulling the trigger personally. Well said, man. I think that's like we literally, and I think we have a group of guys that are going to look at it that way. Guys and girls. Come on up, Joe. Who's up next? Darkside, what do you think, man?
Yeah.
you know, Dark Side, I think it would be a really good idea to do a play up. I know we'd get Simon in here and it might go a little crazy. Not crazy, you know what I mean? But if I was the four heads of the European Union right now, dude, I don't know what I'd be doing. I mean, I'd probably be going from trying to burn the entire planet down to figuring out where can I go to hide. You know, I just don't know if I was that guy. I just cannot have all this crazy shit revealed.
I can't agree with you on that. I mean, I think they are enemy number one of the state of the United States, of the Trump administration. And that's why I think it's targeted the EU, the ECB, the Bank of International Settlements. That entire globalist agenda needs to be shattered once and for all. And what's interesting about that is Russia's on board, China's on board. You know, they all Europe's in the scoop and in the crosshairs. You know, I just want to go back to Puncher real quick. Puncher, what do you think the stomach is to take the pain, the short-term pain here in the United States of sort of wrecking the system?
Well, once the horse is out of the barn, you're forced to deal with it. So, like, when the pain comes, it's not like you can go back to zero and say, "Oh, that was a bad idea." We're not doing that. It's there. It's like, and there's a difference. I guess pain and discomfort, right? Navy SEALs would always say, pain is when you get shot and there's nothing you can do about it. Discomfort is when you're working out and you push through it, right? Once the horse is out of the barn, we got to push through the discomfort. And the discomfort level will be higher for some, maybe those who are levered and for example, and less for others. But you know, it's not pain. It's not a mortal blow. We're going to get to the other side. It might be discomfort. Just look no further than Argentina. We say it all the time. Everybody said the same exact thing. Now, this is global, not just a single country. But Argentina, after some pain, is doing just fine. They just got through the discomfort. I'm not using the word pain. I'm using the word discomfort. Get through the discomfort, and the faster you can do it, and the way you get through it fast is you have a plan. And you have Bitcoin to help. Like, I think China, I think Europe, and Russia to a lesser extent are all having problems with Bitcoin and what Bitcoin brings to the table. Europe's a mess. There's no single authority in Europe that can make decisions quickly for what's coming. And then Russia to a lesser extent. But I think Russia is probably better equipped to handle it than the other two.
Yeah. And then the other like genius little key part that we haven't talked about yet that Michael Saylor's pointed out is that if you sell the gold just from a U.S. perspective, you sell the gold to build the reserve, then you're nuking the gold market, which means you're going to keep the U.S. soundly in first place because BRICS has been stacking gold furiously. So if the U.S. moves fast, sells the gold and converts it to Bitcoin, then that makes their treasuries worth a lot less, Russia, China, and means we have the most Bitcoin, or the U.S. has the most Bitcoin. So that's like another piece.
Yeah, Taylor, it doesn't have to be a single protocol in the world. As long as the protocols or the monetary systems can interact and trade and do business, there could be one that's superior and there could be multiple others that are inferior, say if it's backed by gold and commodities.
I don't know if I agree with that. That's a big point in the Bitcoin standard is that, when the world went on a gold standard, the failure of China and India to go to gold, they stuck with silver. It really crippled their economies for the next 250 years. And
they're going to be the loser. No, I agree, but we still transacted with them, even though they were the monetary loser in that reset, right?
Like Donald Trump views them more as partners. He doesn't want them to just be obliterated, but I think he wants them to be in second place. America first. And I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to establish a reserve. We're going to sell all our gold and shove gold well into its second place mark next to Bitcoin. And everyone else can sell their gold too, but they're behind us. We're going to move first. And that's what I think.
I'm not disagreeing, but that's not up to us. That's up to them.
I wonder what the American people, 99% of whom don't understand Bitcoin one bit, would think of us going into Fort Knox, raiding Fort Knox and buying Bitcoin with it.
Well,
how that would be received.
I've seen, since Michael Saylor said that, the gnashing of.
All right, let's not get carried away here though, Coach. So it doesn't really matter. Well, we're talking about game theory,
Yeah, that's right.
and we're off track about how it gets done. Now we're in drama land.
Hey, Gary, I got a question about game theory.
Yeah.
Okay, if everyone wakes up to this idea that I don't want to sell my Bitcoin because what am I selling it for? If historically markets, whatever form of capital they've been historically, whether it was, I'm going to sell my gold now, I think I got an edge in silver, I think I got an edge in the capital markets, my real estate might perform this or that, whatever it is, there was always I'm going to jump from one to the other to the other. Is there a day that comes from a game theory perspective where everybody just looks around and says, I don't see a better option than Bitcoin? I mean, good luck, trying to outperform. And then the miners figure it out. They say, well, we'd rather just sell converts and, it's like keep buying Bitcoin. We're not interested.
Paul, you're seeing it happen in real time. Wall Street has a way of making sure everyone stays in line as long as there's a metric to compare against. This is inevitable now. You literally saw, I'm not 12 weeks ago, I was like, oh, wow, the miners have to adopt this. I own a lot of miners, and I was questioning why the hell I got into them. And it was a mistake, in fact. I've made a really, really good return. But when I broke my core thesis, which is being a farmer is the worst part of the value chain you want to be in. All the money's made by the guys that sell the stuff or hold the stuff or eat the stuff. I don't know that we need, like the game theory right now, like you've had 12 companies, miners, almost all of them move to the strategy, MicroStrategy. Why? It's the cheapest money in the world. We have competition now. And I think that's what Bitcoin's going to do. It's going to do this at a political level also. We only need a few examples. And then you need a big problem. And then people will look around and go, shit, man, I think maybe there's a tool over there that we might want to use. I just do not believe this administration, there isn't a bearish person in the administration that's not looking at technology, and that therefore they have to be looking at Bitcoin. And that's got to be true for every nation state. These are smart people. They're probably, they should be ahead of us, man, because they have more to lose. They're in a weaker position. So I would not take for granted that other people, I heard today that there's 280 companies that have filed now. There'll be 1,000 companies that have filed to put Bitcoin on its balance sheet. And how many didn't file? And how many didn't tell anybody because they're private? Like Grant's business isn't included in that.
Does it cause a disruption? It's like if everybody decides that they don't want anything but Bitcoin, does everybody just like, holy shit, we need Bitcoin?
Not everyone decides manically. Okay, first up, the whole world can decide and it not be manic. Look, we're either going to have a global depression or you're going to have a transition. So which one do you want? Because sooner or later, the fucking bubble bursts.
Yeah, everyone's been decided.
I look at Bitcoin as a bridge that allow us to transition into another world, and to the old, whatever your name is, saying that, hey, Trump wants the other people to lose. I would really implore everyone to start reframing how we're communicating. Bitcoin allows us
a play here where you don't lose. Like, you get to choose and you don't lose. So you see, the losing is, oh shit, man, you know, I got taken advantage of. Really, that's the market we live in today. It's an analog market, zero sum game, plus and minus. But Bitcoin, you know, the MicroStrategy trade or Bitcoin is basically, hey, the only person that's going to get that trade, the only person that's getting hurt is the person that they literally are not on the Bitcoin train. Now, did they get hurt? Well, I don't think they got hurt. They chose not to get on this train. I cannot make everybody get on it. So we're still going to have 60% of the population is going to be smack dab in the middle of this bell curve of economic power, growth, blah, 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 right? I mean, I can't change that. But it sure does give everybody a choice. And I don't think it has to be Manning, man.
Yeah, and everyone's been choosing for the last 15 years, Paul, and they'll keep having the opportunity to choose.
Yeah. And notice how it's going, you know, it's going faster. You could not possibly have had the volume and events that have occurred in the last 6 months to Bitcoin. Not possible could they have handled that 6, 7, 8 years ago.
Well, the reason why I asked was this idea that I think Bitcoin up to this point, and I'm happy to be corrected or get my perception straightened out on this idea, that that people were looking at Bitcoin as an opportunity to build or generate something, then transition to maybe something else that provided them a better return. Let me get a little Bitcoin and then I'll buy a few more doors. Let me get a little Bitcoin and then I'll, you know, like diversify in something else. But are we running towards something where I'm going to get some more Bitcoin and the only damn thing that I want is more Bitcoin? I don't give a shit about anything else. And,
well, what's your allocation, Paul?
Well, I'm 100% Bitcoin.
Yeah, you're rubber
Bitcoin.
band.
I got some.
You said 100%.
Yeah, sorry about that. I am. I'm 100% Bitcoin. I got some MSTR leaps. And those are really the only two things I'm interested in. I had some Tesla stock, but I just decided to dump out of it and just go into MSTR leaps.
Yeah, how many of your buddies have 100% of their holdings in Bitcoin? That's a good question. Your peer level, man. There's nobody. You're less than 2%.
I'm 100%, Paul.
Yeah, it's a small percentage. I agree.
And we're talking about manic adoption, though. That was the point, right? There's nobody in this yet. I think people are like, really, this is a tiny market, man. It's $2 trillion. Bitcoin's $1.82 trillion. Wow. Bitcoin. Somebody said this earlier. That's the way I look at Bitcoin. Hey, what's the market cap? I'm buying it. Okay. And until Bitcoin gets through all of the things. Okay, all of the things. It's going to take out thing by thing, and eventually it will take out all 7 things. It'll be a market cap, which is what? $18 trillion. Gold will be small. It'll probably surpass gold before it surpasses the things. And why shouldn't it? Because people are, hang tight 1 second though. People are going to start asking this question. Hey, what's the net asset value of Bitcoin? This net asset value conversation has really pissed me off something. And this is the beauty of Bitcoin, because everyone's going to come back to this and go, hey, what is the multiple on NAV? Because what is the NAV of Google? Okay, you cannot tell me what the NAV is of Google. Not hard assets. You can liquidate that shit right now, or at least over 3, 4, 5 months, right? So sooner or later, people are going to compare. Well, they're already doing it. Like, once we get to NVIDIA, that'll be $3 trillion. That's $40,000 from here, right? Am I right? Yeah. No, that's 100 grand from here is a $3 trillion market cap.
But NAV can never apply to a commodity because commodities don't have liabilities. That's the whole concept of NAV from accounting and finance comes from, you have to measure from a balance sheet perspective your assets versus liabilities. So you can't have a NAV of commodity. You can't say a NAV of oil.
Well, then why does Exxon get an NAV?
Because it's a company.
Exxon
Because it's a company with debt, and it's got liabilities, it's got assets.
And the reserves, the commodity itself is valued as the biggest part of that NAV.
Gary, did you mean to say the NAV of MSTR before, not Bitcoin?
No, he said was the NAV of Bitcoin.
No,
I know he said that.
Yeah, I was trying to make
a mistake.
I was trying to make the point of both, quite frankly, because I'll compare MicroStrategy, which is 1.8 or 2. I don't know what that is today, but somebody correct me.
I think it's like 1.74 right now.
Yeah, so the point I'm trying to make, if I look at an industry that is 15 or 16 years old, NVIDIA is 26 years old. Google is older than that. And I'm looking at a 16-year-old that is at its peak capacity, and it has an entire nation team supporting it. And you're telling me that isn't worth anything. By the way, it has no marketing expense whatsoever. 400 million users growing at a CAGR greater than the fucking internet. And it doesn't get a premium over NAV. You're telling me it's just a commodity? I think it's an industry, Jeff.
Well, there is an industry. And if you're looking at,
that's the difference.
If you're looking at the Bitcoin industry,
there would be no Coinbase.
Yeah, right.
There would be no NYDIG.
When you bring in companies, you bring in liabilities, right? But the asset itself, I've never heard in any of my finance or economics training apply a NAV to an asset. It's a misapplication.
Okay, but like you're a lawyer, okay? Maybe we're I think the vast majority of people, and you guys please opine, but on these NAV conversations, the vast number of people in these rooms, and that may not be a good metric, but believe that the NAV is some magic pencil pen number, perfect number that would suggest that is the value of that entity. Okay, with and without liabilities, it's like, hey, this is what this company's worth today, and that's what it's trading at against its NAV or its net asset value. That's the way I think about it. I don't think about, oh, yes, I have to go through all these liabilities. But at 50 times NAV to 0 or 1 for Bitcoin, I'm a Bitcoin buyer. Okay, so if NVIDIA is at 40 or 50 times and I can buy Bitcoin as an industry at 1, call it whatever you want, a gambling token, dude, I think 1's pretty good. Am I just being very confused?
No, I think you're confused. I don't think you're confused because you're talking about mostly in your discussion the industry. So you're talking about companies, institutions, think people that have balance sheets, that manage liabilities and assets, that have operating capital, all this stuff, that they have revenue. But when you're talking about just a commodity, right, I look at market cap. Market cap tells the real story. What I was going to tell you is the market cap of Bitcoin is, on paper, you could say, oh, it's $2 trillion. That's a little bit misleading because you have millions of coins that are lost. You got millions of coins that don't move, right? So like the market cap, I think, is only influenced. I think a far more interesting metric is like what's the realized market cap or what is the float, because that tells you how much is actually in circulation, how much actually can move hands and move around, and that's a better indication of where we're at.
Well, okay, so we're doing $50 billion a day in trade. 15-year-old. 50
which is
billion
tiny, which is tiny still.
Yeah, well, that's my point. That's my point, man. Because I think the Mag 7, okay, can they grow? Can they 2x, 3x? Yeah, maybe. But like if that happens, I'm pretty sure Bitcoin is a much better discounted play. That's the point I'm making. Because I know what the pure unadulterated, without liability value of Bitcoin is. I think it's greater than 2 trillion because of those 4 million coins gone. And then we'll get into, well, you couldn't really sell all the coins on one day. So what's the market cap? Hey, try to dump ExxonMobil tomorrow morning. It wouldn't happen. Okay. Paramount Pictures, Sony, whoever, that's just not real. So the commodity itself is getting tagged and penalized because it's a commodity and it's liquid. And I just don't think that's it. I just think the truth is, I think most of these metrics are complete and utter bullshit, including NAV and a multiple on NAV, because it's not pure math.
Hey, Gary, quick point that's related to what you were just talking about, even though it's not directly what you're talking about, is that for a long time in the venture capital world, there were people who were saying, well, why would I invest in Bitcoin companies when I can just buy Bitcoin? And a lot of people just looked at Bitcoin as almost like an index of all the Bitcoin companies. They thought there was going to be a strong correlation between the success of these companies broadly and Bitcoin. And I know it's not the point that you were trying to make, but I think there's some legitimacy in looking at it from that perspective. You know, if you think that Bitcoin companies and people who are building infrastructure for this new industry are going to be successful, Bitcoin is a 24/7 liquid way for you to get exposure to that, because there's going to be some correlation between their success and the success of the underlying asset. And so far, the underlying asset has been a better investment by and large than 99% of those startups.
Oh, for sure, man. Like I probably 100% one.
Well, you know what's funny? DCG and Blockchain Capital both did studies back in 2018, I believe it was 2018 or 2019, about which of the investments in their portfolios had outperformed Bitcoin and ETH. And the reason that we did those studies was that LPs were saying, well, why wouldn't I just buy Bitcoin or Ethereum? Why would I invest in these companies? And both groups found, and just, you know, DCG was number one by at the time for number of investments in crypto companies, and Blockchain Capital was number two by volume of companies. So together they had a super broad reach. There was only a handful of companies who had outperformed Bitcoin or Ethereum. And yeah, it's just, I think you're just better off buying the underlying assets. If you do want to invest in startups or you do want to do that, it's more like mission oriented. You know, we need to build the roads and bridges and picks and shovels that are going to help, you know, create this brave new world that we're going into. But I largely think those days are behind us.
Wayne, that was the exact question every LP in Ego Death Capital 1 asked, and they were ready for it. They're like, we think we can outperform. Our hurdle rate is 55%, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now, whether that, you know, it's going well so far, but yeah, everybody asked the same question. Why would I invest here and not just buy Bitcoin?
Hey, Gary, got one to throw at you here. I'm curious if anybody in the room has a guess at how, if BlackRock was a country, where would it rank as far as its assets under management to GDP in the world? Anyone want to take a stab at it?
Be number two.
They're number three. They have $9 trillion under management. They fall only behind the US and China and ahead of Japan. So anybody who thinks that we don't have a strategic reserve being built by one of the largest countries in the world is missing the boat. And, you know, along those lines, what we were talking about earlier, Gary, if I was Trump, I'd be talking to Larry Fink and trying to bring him on board and get him out of the globalist cabal and bring him onto a USA First program. I think that would be the ultimate capture if you really want to hurt the ECB and you want to hurt the globalist entities. And you know,
I think he might be, Dark said. I think he might be a Baptist, not just a bootlegger at this point.
Well, I mean, look, you know, he's going to do what he needs to do to have his legacy win out. You know, he's towards the end of his career. But Gary, if I'm Trump, that's the first shot over the globalist bow, is to bring BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard on board.
Yeah, well, I think they are on. Oh, yeah, you mean on the team?
Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's probably already happening.
Forget about rebuilding Ukraine. Let's do this Bitcoin thing and all go rich.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's. Do you agree with me that we should see movement in the Bitcoin price by February relative to the aggressive tactics that I think will be deployed? If they're not deployed, it's a huge mistake.
100%.
If he doesn't come out burning the entire freaking place down with a Gatling gun, Am I wrong there? What would y'all do? Grant, what would you do if you were going in office right now, January the 20th? You're going to, put your hand on the Bible. What's your next move? Grant's not there.
My first move or my next move?
Well, what are you going to do, bro?
Well, let me tell you what I think he's going to do. I'm going to be with him tomorrow night, by the way, so I'll tell him hello for you. I think he's going to come out he's going to come out blazing. And I think he's going to make an announcement about Bitcoin as a strategic reserve, 100%, that we need to be a leader there. And he's not going to be asking for approval. He's going to be shoving it. He's going to be selling it. As hard as Robert Kennedy or John Kennedy sold the race to the moon, he's going to talk about it being a national security issue. That, the world, it's basically a military operation, and it's vital to the security of the United States of America. Number two, I think he's going to come out with some big tax reductions. I think he'll bring back all the depreciation, 100% depreciations. He loves them. He believes in them. And I think he's going to attack the Fed, Jerome Powell, in a big way. I think he's going to make a big stance toward little Fauci bitch Powell and Janet Yellen and get rid of that old crew. I don't know. What else can he do? Shit. I think he's serious about the deportation thing. And the other side's going to fight him.
Yeah. So you think like in the first 4 or 5 days, it's or does it just come off the back of his speech, his inauguration?
Well, if they don't hit him with this bird flu thing, I mean, they could be prepping with this bird flu thing to shut him down, or whatever was going on with the drones in New Jersey. Something's being planned to derail his plans. I have somebody standing on my back right now, so if I sound strange, that's why.
Hey, Grant, what about the government shutdown?
Yeah, I mean, see, they're playing games already with that bullshit, right? So I think he could use it. Look, what we know about this guy is when you take him on, he gets stronger. So he could use it, Joe. I think he could use it to say, "Oh yeah, now we have to go to Bitcoin Reserve." I mean, look how many people he's got on his cabinet: Atkins, Bassett, Howard. Howard's got a couple $100 million of Bitcoin. He wants to go.
And a $600 million investment he just announced in Tether, bro.
Yeah.
600 large.
The boys not being in the cabinet or not being in the department or not being anywhere with any, that tells me something too. They got big plans. This guy is a businessman. Did I say a business? No, he's a businessman. So, and they're going to go do business. And I love that because I know now that I can trust Donald Trump to do I can almost predict what he's going to do. He's going to be pro-real estate, pro-tax benefits, pro-American business. He's going to bang the tariffs. I keep making these predictions. He's going to use tariffs to get foreign countries to buy our 10-year treasury. He's got to fix that. Joe, you and I have talked about it. If he doesn't fix that, we'll have a housing problem in this country that will make Republicans unelectable next term. If interest rates go higher, the way somebody was suggesting earlier, the Republicans will not get elected next time. Because if you don't free up housing, people don't believe they have the American dream. Those are my predictions, Gary.
Thank you, buddy. It's good, man. You in Miami tomorrow, or where you headed?
Yeah, I'm in Miami.
Yeah.
I'm going to be up there on the 2nd, Gary.
Up where?
Up there in Tampola.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, I'm going to look at 14 assets.
Cool. Who do we have up? You got anything to add there, Grant?
Well, I just want to say, like, you know, this is not going to be a Bitcoin only world, guys. Like, people are going to still go to the grocery store, buy houses, cars, watches, you know, send their kids to schools.
Hey, dude, are you seeing people, your clients who buy your products, are you seeing a recession? Because this is where we started. I was in Aspen, bro. I don't see anybody not spending money.
Yeah, you're seeing the rich, man. So, yeah.
Yeah, but even here, though, everywhere, the malls are full.
Yeah, but Grant, you said months ago, you thought.
Because they're using credit cards, bro.
Grant, you said months ago that you thought as soon as Trump gets in, that the media is going to nonstop hit us with recession after recession stories. Do you still believe that?
Yes, 100%. They're going to bang him so hard that he fucking ruined everything, every headline. All you got to do is turn. They turn that damn hot water to cold water, and it'll be like recession, depression, deflation. Inflation will be off the board. They won't be talking about inflation anymore. They're going to be talking about recession, unemployment. He blew out so many government jobs. Like, there's going to be some job losses. These guys cannot do what they want to do and not blow out some of the government. You're already seeing, I mean, if you guys ever see any of the numbers that are coming out of San Francisco for real estate, I mean, it's devastating up there, dude. They're getting fucking hammered. Austin, Texas getting hammered. It's starting to happen now. All this debt is due. Right as Biden goes away, all this commercial debt is due. He is going to have to find a lever to pull to relieve all that. You got $2.7 trillion worth of commercial debt that nobody talks about ever in any of these rooms. People have been talking about H-1B for the last freaking week and a half when we got $3 trillion worth of debt coming due. And 85,000 people a year get a job from outside the country. It's completely ridiculous how easy the American public has manipulated to read a headline. About a third of the rooms for the last week have been about this H-1B. Why? Because the headlines.
It's unbelievable, dude.
The media turned it on, bro. They went from, hey, they found something that worked and they ran it. And it's 85,000 jobs a year. It's so ridiculous. 1.8 million jobs in the last 10 years have been assigned to an H-1B. And we have 180 million people that work in this country. And we just let 10 million illegals in. And people are worried about 1.8 million Indians.
But bro, I popped in on these spaces and I'm listening to this bullshit. I'm like, you guys are acting like there's 20 million people doing this. Anyway, you're totally right, dude.
Because people are triggered. They're triggered.
Oh my God, they're triggered.
And this is what I think Joe's saying is like, the American people will believe whatever the mainstream media repeats, and they try stuff. They try stuff to see what gains interest. Now, I don't know why they gave up on the New Jersey drone story, but they did. It just fell off the table. Notice during the election, guys, that COVID never came up from either side. Why not? Why did neither side ever mention what happened? Trump didn't bring it up. Trump didn't bring it up. Biden didn't bring it up. There must be some massive secrets in that because, you know, it was never brought up by either side as a weakness of the other side. So all I'm saying is they can't repair the U.S. dollar. It's getting, which, you know, how's that even happen? And the U.S. dollar is getting stronger every day, which I guess, what does that do? That makes exports more expensive? Which way does that work?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if our dollar gets stronger.
Exports more expensive, imports cheaper.
So imports get more inexpensive, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
And exports. So does that hurt us? I mean, do we really export that much? What are our exports?
Lower than imports.
I mean, do we rely on exports? I don't know. I'm asking right now.
No, we export inflation. That's all we export.
Yeah, we export debt primarily, but everything is mostly imported from external countries now.
Like everybody's in a recession, but supposedly us. How is that fucking possible? that we would be the only country doing well.
Yeah, because we're exporting inflation, right? So
Yeah, I don't think we are doing well.
So we're responsible for everybody else's problems. We ain't buying their toys.
well, it's more the
I mean, we are buying their toys. We're buying their toys. They're not buying our
the problem
toys.
is that the Eurodollar system puts them in a weird spot where as our currency strengthens, they have to repay U.S. denominated debt with a softer currency, and that's where it sort of breaks down the international finance system.
And if the dollar keeps strengthening, crude oil cannot stay at $70. Okay, there's no demand.
All commodities.
There's artificial holdback. I totally agree, dude.
All commodities do what?
They have to get repriced down, dude. You can't. The dollar.
They all get priced down. So
because if crude oil continues at $72, it's more expensive for these countries to import.
Yeah. So just a perfect example. The oil is priced in the U.S. in dollars, and it's priced even in portions of the petrodollar system. It's priced in dollars. So if the dollar gets more expensive, that means foreign supply and demand, foreign demand for those commodities falls because it's more expensive, particularly with certain types of goods that are more price sensitive.
Hey, Grant, real quick on the national security comment.
Stop talking.
Yeah, you stopped talking.
Yeah, I stopped talking. Do you have a follow-up, Grant? I was just saying that's the dynamic. The strong dollar for U.S. commodities markets basically results in lower demand because it's more expensive.
Go ahead, O.
Yeah.
And you.
So can I just understand? It makes it more expensive for them, not us, right?
Correct. So this is
I
correct.
just wanted to ask you guys how you felt about Solana. Retail is really looking into Solana.
What's retail, buddy?
What's retail?
Yeah.
Your mall, stores in the mall, other stores.
Okay.
Clothing stores,
so they're
hunting and fishing, music.
Yeah. So what's your point? I just
wanted to ask you, like, some of these even meme coins are outperforming stable coins, and everything's pointing towards Solana and like a bright future. I just wanted to ask you, like, what's your take on Solana? Do you like it? You bearish?
Why wouldn't meme coins
outperform
stablecoin? What are you talking about?
Well, they're outperforming stablecoins on like Coinbase. Like,
I hope so.
Many of them. It seems like degenerates and hustlers and retail wants Solana. It just fits the whole scheme. Fast, very cheap. Solana is super young. It's like 4 or 5 years old. It's more centralized, obviously, because it's proof of stake, but
more centralized than what?
Hey, we were having a great conversation here. Can we go back to a great conversation?
About me, Gary. I love it.
Why are we talking about these gay shit points?
I couldn't even hear the dude talking. So can we go back to a great conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wanting to throw some red meat in there so everybody could just have a little relief.
Yeah.
And now that the red meat has been shredded, go ahead, guys. Continue.
Don't wait. Hey, Gary, don't do that anymore. You're wasting my time. And my time is valuable. My time is Bitcoin.
Do that on green candles, not on red candles.
Yeah.
Can somebody tell me what a green candle and a red candle is? Because I don't want to pretend that I know that, and I don't.
Guys, anybody want to walk Grant through the green?
Yeah, green just means price go up, number go up, and red means number go down. So red is bad, green good.
And what is a God candle and a devil candle?
God candle is a candle that even God himself can't fathom. And you don't know it when you see it. Devil candle is what we see, when Jerome Powell jacks up the interest rates.
Yeah, it's like a. It's
Can
like
we go
God
back
eating a
to
burrito
Joe?
so
Some of
hot.
that stuff that I predicted that would happen with Trump. Why would that not be the case? Why can't some of those things happen? And
I think they definitely can.
Why would they? Why would they?
Well, I mean, look. Here's the thing: you've got a environment where there are clearly actors that want to see, the president-elect fail. Right? We can all agree on that. Even if you're a Democrat, as Democrats especially, they don't want him to succeed. So then the question becomes, what are the pressure points that can be exerted? We had a long discussion this morning about this, and I'll just summarize it. Number one, Congress, right? Regardless of what you bring in with the executive branch, it's just one of three branches of government, and the Congress is a rat's nest. I think we all can agree on that, even for Democrats and Republicans, that it's fundamentally broken, that it's corrupt as an institution, and that most of all, it does nothing. It likes to talk, no action, right? So how do you mitigate against Trump? If you were an actor trying to take him out, I don't mean, that's a poor choice of words, you know what I mean? To stop his agenda. If you're an actor trying to stop his agenda, the way you do this is you basically cause gridlock, you shut down the government, you make sure things can't function, you try to slow things through the Senate, which, if you know the Senate, it just, a handful of senators can basically block any piece of legislation. You get him so bogged down in the operation that he can't get really anything across the finish line other than executive orders, which, by the way, executive orders can be undone as soon as the next president takes hold. So they're not permanent. To get permanence, you need somebody in the actual Congress to get forward Donald Trump's agenda. So in all, what I think is, if you get this narrative that there's chaos, that we're on the verge of recession, that the tariffs are causing massive layoffs, that investments are going down, the stock market's going down, all of this can be used, I think, to drive public sentiment away from the president-elect. And he's got a narrow window, right? You're going to start talking about midterm elections basically by this time next year. We're going to be already in midterm season, and people are risk averse when they're heading into midterms, and the Republicans have a very narrow majority in Congress. So all of that is to say, he's got a narrow window. He's got 6 months, to a year max to get forward some real big legislation.
Hey, Terry, I'll give you a prediction here. I think on day one, he goes after the Jan 6 committee, the members of Congress that participated in the whole Fedsurrection, the members of the IC that participated. I think he goes after the corrupt judges that lock people away in the gulag. I think he declares war on the members of Congress, the corruption in Congress, and he uses that bully pulpit to change the will of Congress and scare the living shit out of those people.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
100% agree with that J6 thing. He will 1,000%. What's it called when he pardon? Yeah, he'll pardon all of them and then go after everybody that attacked him or that flipped the switch on him.
Yeah, the net effect of that, Grant, is to scare the living fucking daylights out of members of Congress that have baggage, right? And all of a sudden, all these people that are looking to fight him will cower in their shoes and say, yes, sir, yes, Mr. President.
I think that is way too optimistic.
Why do you say that, Joe?
Because you're dealing with people that have been entrenched for decades, most of them, that have an understanding of the system. They know where the bodies are buried. He's going on offense against them. And despite all the new faces, despite the talented team he's bringing to Washington, you're still going against the machine. You're still going against people that, you're challenging their very existence, and they will fight tooth and nail. They're not just going to roll over if you throw some dirt in their face. They're going to, pick up a boulder and throw it at your head. And that's what they do routinely.
That's why you got to eliminate half of them. I'm willing to pay for one half of the people in the U.S. government going home for 2 years, and they can't do anything else. We pay them, no problem. Stay the fuck at home. We have a call option on you for the next 2 years. And this country would be run. You just strip it down. If you remove half the people, you will see every problem left over. There's going to be doers and takers, and then you just go eliminate those people.
Joe, they're out of boulders. They threw all the boulders the last 4 years. None of them struck.
No, they've just begun to fight.
Give me an example of a boulder that they have in their quiver.
I agree with Joe.
I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you a perfect example. Want to know a big boulder they have? Perfect. Yeah. One senator says, I'm not letting any of Trump's nominees get called for a vote, period. Full stop. You're not getting it through the Congress. And Elizabeth Warren raises her hand. I'm filibustering.
The angel senator who doesn't have dirt and isn't corrupt and can't be.
Say that again, Joe. You're saying what? They would do what?
I mean, so we've seen this repeatedly with recent administrations. They hold up the nomination process. They basically allow you not to get any of your nominee. And they did this to Trump the first time. They said it took 6 months to a year to get some of the nominees confirmed. And by that point, the midterm elections were coming. And guess what? The Democrats won back the House in 2018. So you stall. The stall game is all you need. You just need to stall to run out the clock until another election.
Joe, that I would love that to happen. You know, Clausewitz said you must first define the enemy. That one senator becomes the enemy of a president who just won a mandate election. I would love that.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because that one senator is Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts, and she just won overwhelmingly in an election.
Okay, well, she's going to be the most scrutinized senator in U.S. history.
And let me just say, Louisiana just had 2 Democrats 3 or 4 weeks ago flipped to the GOP side. We just had 2 representatives here in Florida flip. I don't know how much more of that goes on in the United States, but these guys, I mean, this guy's he's a different kind of beast. And he does know how to run the program. He won every one of his lawsuits, guys. I mean, they're going to be embarrassed on the other side that when New York falls, the Fonnie Willis gets, found out. He won them all. I remember the day I saw him get to 38 indictments.
So did you see? Can I just point one thing out? Okay, so this is one thing I think we should all look forward to because I really want him to bring real change. Okay, into Washington. I'll just state that as a starting point. I really think that he's got a unique opportunity with a team of outsiders to do something good for once. Okay, what I'm hesitant about is that they are not understanding the task in front of them. And I'll give you one perfect example. I just put it in the nest here. This issue, which kind of shocked me. I think it didn't get enough attention after the election. But this is a headline, right? Put out citing various Republican senators, including John Thune and others, who say that and I check it in the nest if you don't believe me, Republicans promise to protect the Senate filibuster, even if it hinders Trump's agenda. So the filibuster, for those who aren't familiar, it's not like the Jimmy Stewart, A Good Man Goes to Washington. I forget the name of the movie, but basically where you stand up and do a talking filibuster. That's not the current form of the filibuster. They can filibuster with basically just an indication. They don't have to do a speaking filibuster, and they can kill almost any piece of legislation in the Senate. That's the current status quo. So unlike the Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. What's that?
D or R. They become enemy number one in a time where Americans voted overwhelmingly for change. You want to become the poster child for corruption in D.C.? Do that.
Sure. I mean, there are Democrats. Oh, just to be clear, there are Democrats who they're not running again for election, and they have 6-year terms. They've already said, like some who just won a re-election, and this is their last term, and they don't care. They're going to ride off and get a cushy job. And if they go down as hindering the Trump agenda, half the country, or I'd say a third of the country, is going to love them.
The other half's going to the hardcore until they relent. So let's see how.
That's fine.
Joe, I would point out that this is a different DOJ and a different FBI with Kash Patel. And I just think he can turn their weaponry directly on these members of Congress because they're all fucking corrupt, right? He can point the gun at the not the literal gun, but you understand what I'm saying. He can point the power of the DOJ after Congress, not just Democrats, Republicans too. And if they don't snap into line, they're looking at lawfare for the rest of their lives. I don't think they want to play.
Yeah,
that.
and and Alina Habba, who's seen him through all these court cases, these ridiculous court cases, her intention is to go get, not that this has a lot to do with what you guys are saying, but it does, because he's such an attack beast. He doesn't play a lot of defense. He is on attack constantly. And I believe he will use Alina to go after these court cases to see if she can get at least headlines to get remunerated for the cost of dollars. And again, keep the pressure on the public to say, hey, this was injustice. This was wrong. So same thing with the J6ers. That's the agenda on the J6ers.
Just to go back to the dark side, okay? You said, Kash Patel is a different, FBI with him, okay? There are Republicans right now, Republican senators who are sitting senators who just saw how prolific Trump's victory was, how it was a watershed win, and they are refusing to even confirm that they will support his confirmation. One said today he'll have to look into it.
It's not painful for them yet, Joe. The pain isn't the pain is correct. So here's the thing about righteous people. People who are righteous stand together and they weather the storm because they know they have their feet firmly planted in truth. Rats scatter. And when the pressure comes on one rat, they turn on the other rat to save their own ass. That's fundamental. And I'm telling you, the pressure is going to come, and those rats will scatter. And to save their own hide, they're going to rat out the other guy. You just wait and see.
I hope you're right, but there also could be a situation where his confirmation is held up for 6 to 7 months just to run out the clock, which is another issue. I don't think you're.
If we were to have that, I wonder what would happen.
Well, didn't they do things like before around interim appointments and acting heads? I saw some people posting a couple months about doing that.
Recess appointments.
Yeah, you need to have a recess, not when the Congress is in session after the inauguration. So
that's trench warfare. You would have been trench warfare.
I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna have to give him something bigger than just a couple of Democrats trying to hang him up the old way. They're going to have to give him a bird flu event, so he can't go sell. If he can go on TV every night and sell the American public, he can sell his deal. They're going to have to distract him enough and derail him enough to where he can't go. He's going to have to go sell or defend something else, and that should be the biggest concern for all Americans.
Yeah, my only point is, Grant, is that I think a lot of people just think, oh, it's going to be easy. He's going to go in there and blow everything up, and it'll be an easy victory. You also at the same time talk about this is the deep state you're fighting. So I just wonder if you're perhaps being a little bit too optimistic as to how easy this is going to be for anybody to bring about change.
Well, the only thing that I would say it's going to be tough, but the thing is, you're going against a guy who just survived 8 years of everything they could throw at him. So it's not just some dude wandering into DC who's like, oh, where's the ladies' room? Where's the men's room? This guy knows where the bodies are buried. He's segregating his team outside of DC for this explicit purpose. You do not want to fuck with this guy, but if you try, good luck.
Yeah, Puncher, I agree, and I think that I'm hopefully optimistic that there's been a lot more going on behind the scenes the last 4 years in terms of planning and strategy, and I think that we started to see that already a little bit around the fact that he's self-funding or privately funding would be a better term, the transition team as opposed to using government funds to keep it private, hopefully for strategy and security reasons. So, I think that at least things like that are indicative that they've learned from last time. And I'm hoping we're going to see something different. Hey, Grant, just real quick. I sent you a DM a couple minutes ago since your meeting with Trump around the national security implications of Bitcoin. I put together a couple of bullet points. I don't know if you're aware of this, but in addition to the financial use cases around Bitcoin, there's also major cybersecurity benefits to Bitcoin as well.
where it can actually be used to secure our nation's critical infrastructure. So I outlined a couple of bullet points, but essentially you can use the Bitcoin as a collateralized escrow to access key networks. So like if I wanted to send you a note, the only way that you could receive that note is if I give you a password and collateralize it with Bitcoin. If I get the password wrong, you get to keep the Bitcoin. And you get to decide what you end up doing with it. So something like that can actually be extremely powerful when we're talking about deterring nation states and major threat actors from accessing our infrastructure, like nuclear launches or say power grid or other critical infrastructure, because you can actually set a price on what accessing that network would cost. And then you can scale that up or down. So if it's super valuable infrastructure, you can say, hey, for me to even receive your network request to access this key piece of infrastructure, it's going to cost you 1,000 Bitcoin or 10,000 Bitcoin or 100,000 Bitcoin. And of course, it's secured by the U.S. The U.S. would administer it, so like it's not going to get lost. But there's a gentleman, he's an active duty Space Force major named Jason Lowry. He's wrote a PhD dissertation on this. He's quite popular in the Bitcoin community. But if you're interested in more information, happy to share. But I hope those couple of bullet points spark your interest and may be able to add additional fuel to the fire as to why this Bitcoin strategic reserve would be significant beyond just the debt implications.
Awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Of course.
John, those conversations have been going on for months. So for those who think it's not happening, it's dark side, it's coming.
Well, that makes me happy. That's what we need.
Yeah, just looping back to the sand in the gears argument that Joe was making. I think that's why I go back to the Jan 6 of them being those easy scalps, for lack of a better term. He's got to put the fear of God into those members of Congress that have committed crimes. And the easiest way to do it is to go after that low-hanging fruit.
Okay, we got a couple of speakers up here. Who has not said anything so far? Shepard, Sharon, has John gone? You guys pop off, and then we're going to recycle and bring up some other guests.
I'm jumping down, guy.
Good to have you, Puncher, as always, bro. Really nice to have you here, man.
I was thinking going to price. How many people think that the current price action is due to tax loss harvesting? Just thinking back to where Bitcoin is and where it should be.
Nearly zero, since there aren't any losses. But bonuses. Darkside, you disagree? I wouldn't have thought there were many losses to take unless somebody had a loss in another book and they wanted to offset it with Bitcoin profits. But
hey, Gary and Grant, do you guys know anything about full deductions on SALT with regard to real estate? Is that in the mix?
I don't think SALT ever comes back.
No. Okay.
So it's been gone too long now. It wouldn't get him anything either, by the way. Now, I think, they tried to get rid of the 1031 for years. Nobody can seem to pull that off, which they shouldn't. But I think he brings back the 100% depreciation. But he's going to need a reason, right? So he's going to, like, a weak economy actually benefits him in some ways. He won't like it. But it'll give him the leverage that he needs with PAL. Unless they figure out a way to get rid of PAL.
Any idea on qualified opportunity zones? That seems to have bipartisan support. It expires in 2026, I believe.
Yeah, the problem is it won't move the bar any because you got so many problems in real estate right now. I mean, with debt the way it is, you're not going to have any, it might be a nice sound talking piece, but it's not going to move any real estate. You need a debt market that's friendly, and this debt market is everything but friendly. Now, here's the other thing I was thinking about. Is somebody speaking right now, Gary? Sometimes I can't hear.
No, you're good. You're good, bro.
How much of this people adopting Bitcoin? Even the,
Hey, what's up? Happy Hanukkah.
How are you?
Good.
Good. I'm in Nashville, but I'm coming back to Chicago tomorrow morning.
Oh, wow. You know that things are okay. There's a party tonight. Like, it's a pre-New Year's Eve thing. I thought it was tomorrow. I'm like, what the fuck, tonight?
Eve of the Eve, yeah, Eve of the Eve.
Don't these people know what gout is?
Do you have gout right now?
Yeah, my eye is swollen.
No.
Not my eyeball, but my eyelid. My eyelid. I have a sty in the eye. I'm about to take a hot bath.
Ouch. Why have you been drinking a lot?
Yeah, I took this Indian girl out and we had some drinks, and I think that after our romantic evening, I should have taken a shower, you know, and like, but yeah, I think I like must have touched my eye.
What touched your eye?
My hand. I should wear surgical gloves.
Unless your eye was like deep in her pussy.
No, nothing like that. All right, well, have a good time. I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do tomorrow, but
what are you doing tomorrow? I was like my other buddies. They're looking for an Morgan Manufacturing. What did you see in Wrigley?
it's I'd have to look at Eventbrite, but you know, I was just looking at the tonight event.
Oh, the Eve of the Eve.
Yeah, it was $1 and I missed it. I should have just bought the fucking ticket, but now it's back to normal price. But even then, I'm like, maybe I should just stay in. But this Indian girl that I'm seeing, she might want me to come to her place tonight. So I would rather. Her name is Rutu.
Rutu?
Yeah, she's a cutie pie.
How old?
33.
Nice.
Yeah, she's a doctor dentist.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice.
She's got to practice in Wicker Park. Yeah.
Oh, not. Did you tell her that you don't have a dentist? You haven't been to one in 5, 6, 7 years?
What are you talking about? I went in September or something.
Oh, you did? You went?
Yeah, and then before that, 6 months before that, I had the filling. I had like an old filling that the same dentist put in. He's like, "That's my filling. I know that's my filling." And he took it out and he did the seal or whatever. And then they use this new thing for like cleaning your teeth. Man, my teeth were so white, but I smoke so much and drink so much coffee that it goes back to a base yellow pretty quickly. So, what are you doing tonight? You're just chilling at home?
We have Jack's girlfriend over.
What are you guys gonna do? Like some kind of like weird sex ritual or something?
No, we're doing Hanukkah gifts.
Yeah, the menorah is basically a phallus, you know.
We did do. We already lit and sang together. We did the Hanukkah lighting and sang. Have you lit in the Hanukkah this year?
Oh, I should. I might have one. I do have a Hanukkah. I do have one in my music room. I could go light the candles yet.
You should. I mean, it's mostly the 8th night. The 8th night is the most beautiful because when you have all the 8,
mm-hmm.
I mean, you have really 9 because the Shamash, but it's a beautiful sight.
Well, may you find your beautiful angel this 2025. All the joy and money, but mostly the angel. That's what you're looking for. That's what I've been reading all these books. The whole thing is about a holy guardian angel, which is essentially your wife. And in your wife, you see, basically, it's that whole Zohar statement that only where a man and a woman are united will you find the presence of God. So, if you want to unite with God, you have to unite with a woman.
Have you ever seen It's a Wonderful Life?
Yeah.
I just watched it a couple days ago.
Dude, America was amazing. If you ask my dad, he's like, my childhood was like, it was like paradise.
Yeah.
Fucking America was great.
About Carter, I was like, so tell me about Carter who just died. He's like, he prevented me from going on a vacation when I was a kid. He's like, I hate the guy. I was like, what happened?
Who's gonna get Cuba?
Yeah. He's like the lines for gas and oil.
Oh.
When there was like an oil crisis.
Oh, he was to blame, huh? What was he? Why did he fuck it up?
He said that the gas was running out on the planet. That they were running out of gas.
But that's just what they said, right? And it wasn't true.
Yeah, but he scared everybody.
Oh, and he put those solar panels on the White House.
Scared everybody. My grandfather was about to go to Atlantic City for a week vacation, and on his way home from work, he was seeing the lines to get gas was like down the block, and they were going to drive to Atlantic City. And my grandpa came home and was like, "That's it. The vacation's canceled. The lines for gas are too long. You know, it's like people are waiting 2 or 3 hours just for gasoline." So they canceled their whole vacation to Atlantic City. My dad was a kid. He was fucking pissed. And that's because of Carter.
Mm.
So, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the presidents. I mean, I hope Trump, you know, I was just in a Grant Cardone room on X, and they're saying, like, Trump's going to come out blazing. And, you know, that Senator Warren Harris is like a big foe. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But I read the Treasury, all their computers got hacked. So maybe it's a good thing I haven't turned my laptop on since April. But I'm going to try to go back to work, like I think January 21st. And
why don't you, have you seen Seinfeld? How about pulling
that's exactly what I'm going to do, because it literally. I'm going to get a note from my doctor. I'm going to get a note from my lawyer, and I'm going to write my own note, and, you know, they're going to have a meeting and they're going to do all this and that. And I bet you anything, it's just like I'm like, they'll upgrade my warning to like a higher level, but it won't even result in a full termination.
But don't you have to worry? Aren't you gonna? You can't then get full disability, correct?
I can still apply for it even if they terminate me. I mean.
No, but you can't be getting the full disability you're getting at work at the same time. It's like one or the other.
No, I work with people that are on full disability. They're double dipping. They're all double dippers.
Really?
All of them, and they proudly say it. They're like, I was diagnosed with PTSD. I'm 100% disabled. And I'm like, really? Because I'm pretty sure that if you are truly 100% disabled, sir, you wouldn't be having this conversation at work right now would you? It doesn't work like that, veteran. It doesn't work like that, American. Just keep paying your taxes. I took this Polish chick out, and like, I paid for dinner. I was like, you see that card? I was like, just keep paying your taxes. That card never runs out. And she's like, I hate you. She's a hardworking Polish woman who runs a dance business. And I was like, you know, I hope you pay your taxes. I was like, see this credit card? I was like, because you pay your taxes, my card never runs out. And she's like, I hate the U.S. government. I hate your taxation, but thank you for dinner.
So she's a conservative, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. A lot of these girls now are carrying guns and saying, fuck it, let Trump fuck this fuck shit system up. The Indian dentist, she carries a gun on her.
No.
Yeah, she has a carry concealed. She goes to the shooting range. Dude, I mean, she's got a bootay. No, she's looking pretty good, but you know, everybody who works so hard, they just, you know, just go to the gym 7 days a week. If you were a perfect princess, you'd be like working out, you know, 14 hours a week. But no, who the hell does that?
Yeah.
And she drinks, so, and she's a vegetarian. But we'll see how it goes. And this, yeah, I'll tell you something in private when I talk to you next time. But Anyways. Okay. No, I'm on the throne. I just don't want whoever's listening to hear what I have to say because it's too private.
Who's listening? The government?
I have cell phones on just 10 feet away from me. I'm sure it's picking up the audio.
So it's for tomorrow night. Are you willing to spend money on a ticket, or you want to? What are you gonna do?
Let me look at Eventbrite. I mean, I would do Wrigley, even though it's actually kind of insane because like there's no parking and it's like hard as fuck to get in and out of Uber. Oh, are you talking about like the Drake or something?
I think Sheree told me the Drake is canceled like for good because there was riots in front a couple years ago.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
But what I am willing to do, like my friends were talking about Oregon manufacturing, which is in Westwood, and then I know there's also we're looking at a concert possibly, Pretty Lights. We'll kind of have break too, and just want to send some options.
Rivers Casino is always free, so. Yeah, I mean, being at Rivers and Circle Bar at midnight is not a bad place to be. It doesn't cost a fucking penny.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll come in at 7 unless if you do.
What time are you flying in tomorrow?
Time.
You're going home though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if we. Oh shit. Got it. Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Okay, peace.
Billion on your books, you'd have some security too. And it's probably provided by MSTR. I'd love to have some security. By the way, I'm gonna have a bigger security team by the end of the year too to protect me against my 1,000 BTC. Come on, Sharon, let's dance.
When you lose an associate, specifically because they were identified with this space, you'll be more careful too.
Gary, how long do you know me, Gary?
And Gary knows me.
Gary, how long have you known me, Gary? How long have you known Sharon, and how long have you known me?
Grant, I've known you quite a long time.
What's the chances I'm going to be more careful?
Not worth answering.
And should I be, though? Should I get, Gary? Should I be more careful about this?
Well, I don't get it. Okay. I mean, in fact, but Sharon seems kind of comfortable but uncomfortable to talk about it. Like for me, I'd want to know if this is the dark secret of Bitcoin. One, I want to know all things. Two, I'd like to identify like, okay, how many people out of a population of how many people? Is it higher than incidental? You know, are there extenuating circumstances that this story also includes drug dealing and prostitution or who knows what? Like just pulling it out of the air. I mean, look, Grant, you and I, a kid in high school blew his head off, you know, at 18 years old. I mean, it happens, right? I don't know the whole story behind it, but it happens. I'm not going to say that everybody in Lake Charles is subject to, you know, suicide. It just, to me, but I'll bet you, I mean, look, I hate talking about security in these rooms. I have always found it for 2.5 years the most bizarre thing. Everybody talks is about doxing, and then they want to tell me how to carry my however many Bitcoin I do or don't have in my wallet when I cross country lines and on a ledger or whatever. I'm like, why would you guys talk about how you secure your shit? There is no industry I've ever been in that, 20% of the dialogue is you have to do it this way. Like, nobody told me I had to do my goal a certain way or my guns a certain way. Well, in fact, they do with guns, right? Because guns, if they're not safe, what happens? Anyway, I don't get it. And sadly, I don't have the luxury, nor do you, Grant, of hiding behind, a funny face, or like, I'm out there. I have zero interest in hiding. Okay. If I have to join a club and then I have to hide from people, that's just not the lifestyle I want. Right. So.
But that's the privilege that we all have in the States.
Yeah,
right?
Cool.
Yeah,
but I think the question though that Grant was asking, Grant was asking a very motivating question, which is, hey, what is your goal for the end of the year? And to then bring doxing into it, it's a little Debbie Downer, if I may, because it really, I don't think that it's correlated. I think that, hey, I'm going to do 1,000 2025 too. I will have 1,000 Bitcoin by 2025. They're going to come at
how much, Gary? How much you going for?
1,000, total 1,000. That's been my goal all along. And I think I can get there, but it requires sacrifice. And it also, for me, requires me to be vocal about it, open as to what my goals are. That keeps me on track. And, dude, if they're going to come get me, I mean, fucking bring it. I do know that's, but they're not going to get anything from me. I have children. So why anyone would talk about how they handle their gold, their silver, their marijuana, their heroin, or their US dollars or Bitcoin is so beyond me. It's the weirdest thing it's the weirdest phenomenon about this industry that I think that I've witnessed. It is the whole conversation about self-custody. And I don't mean to belittle it, but I think it's more of a private conversation with your priest than a one of, Sorry, I got a call. Okay, where are we headed here? What are we talking about? What's the price of Bitcoin right now? 95-ish, 94? Had a nice little comeback, didn't it, Aiden? Dark side.
Yeah, 92.6.
92.6 now?
Yeah, it's been wild volatility. I mean, all leverage above 20x got wiped out in like 2 or 3 hours, which is pretty incredible to see. I know we're used to volatility now, but 5% wicks in Bitcoin in under an hour on the upside and the downside. I think that's pretty crazy. I think we're all just oversensitized.
Has the volume changed in the last 4 or 5 days, or did the volume not?
Gary, can we go back? Because the volume's definitely down over the holidays. Can you tell me what the wick is and why we had, and what you just said again? Explain that to me.
Hey, you can go ahead and tell them what the wick means.
So when you say, when you talk about a wick, when you're looking at a chart, you're talking about the candlesticks. And when I say wick, I mean, like a dynamite wick, kind of. It just, it burns out either upwards or downwards.
Yeah, that's a good example. And the longer that wick, Grant, the more violent that wick is, it's sending messages to the market, right? So that's what these guys are saying.
The wick, I'm looking at some wicks right now, mostly red wicks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking about.
So I'm looking at wicks on volume. Am I seeing wicks on volume and wicks on price right now at 92.6?
That's probably price what you're saying.
I am. And then I'm seeing some candlestick looking things.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
So
what
the
was he saying
candles
about
got wicks, right?
the candles have wicks?
In real life.
Yeah. Oh, I see the candles that have wicks. Am I doxing myself right now?
Hey, so Grant, the wicks indicate the peaks and the valleys, right? So on the candle,
I don't like the valleys, right?
No, nobody likes the valleys. But so on the candle's the thick part of the bar, right?
Okay, got it.
Then the skinny part is the wick, and the wick indicates what the either the top or the bottom of that bar was, whether it's a red bar or a green bar.
So if it's a green candle, that means the price is at the top of that green bar.
And the wick suggests what as opposed to the bar?
Wick is where the price traveled before.
Before the close of that bar. So like, Grant, do you have the TradingView app? Do you have an iPhone? Do you have a TradingView app?
I'm looking at Coinbase right now.
Okay. I'd suggest you get TradingView. It's free. It's awesome.
TradingView.
Yeah.
Does it cost anything?
No, it's free.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I found is like kind of the best app for.
Okay, what do I want to do?
stuff.
I want to add some kind of, because I don't see any candlesticks at all here. I just see a bunch of red and green lines down at the bottom.
Yeah, so you just want to download the TradingView app, and then you can add a ticker, and you can add just like any ticker, whether that's MicroStrategy or Bitcoin or anything else. You can add a ticker, and then you can click on it, and it'll show you the candles. But the nice thing about it is you can do your stocks plus the Bitcoin. It has kind of everything aggregated into one.
The best way to think about a wick is relative volatility, where your bid and your asks have to meet.
Yeah, Gary, when I interrupted you about volume.
Wait, so no?
Hey, Grant, you know what? You want to know what you need to know about charts? There's a ton of them on the bottom of the ocean in Florida with the ships they sell.
That's hilarious.
That's what you need to know.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Kill the chart.
But I do come in here to buy stuff, right? So I got a couple buy orders in right now. And I'm just trying to, when you guys talk about candles, I'm like, okay, do I need to learn what the candles are? Probably not, huh?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm just.
No, you don't need to. It's just tracking over time, right? And
over short periods of time.
Yeah, you don't need to know it. It's a trader's tool. I mean, unless you're trying to minute by minute day trade, which you're not. You're looking for long-term investments.
And you're doing that to figure out when to buy something, right? You're trying to predict some
for a short-term.
Y'all know any really rich traders?
Well, as Joe said earlier, if you want any real price movement, you're going to need people with big bags and big leverage to come in and move the price. And leverage traders, they have to use charts, of course. And so you just kind of look at you just use it as a tool to see what the leverage traders or the spot market has done. And it doesn't matter long-term, not really. But it's just kind of like popcorn to eat while.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, that's a good description, Aiden. Like I buy whenever I'm going to buy, and that's it. Like I don't get complicated about it. But to your point, it's still fun to just kind of look at the volume, look at where things are, how it's trending, and some of more of that technical stuff, just because I'm curious, not because I'm, trying to profitize the future or something.
Yeah. Do any of you guys think we get back to this 108 before mid-January?
Well, I guess the question is, so we're coming up on end of tax year, right? And there was a question about capturing losses before, but I'm thinking potentially more the other direction. Like, are there people who are waiting for the new year to come around so that they don't take the tax hit this year to sell?
Yeah, I agree with that. Why would you do that this year? So
we could see a drop early January, potentially, if there are a lot of people who said, you know what, I've held this for a long time. Hopefully that doesn't happen, right? I'm all about holding it forever.
Hey, what's it going to go into?
Well, they would take, they could turn around, take a position the next day, Gary, at the same price.
Yeah.
I think they have to wait 30 days.
No.
No.
Not on
Bitcoin, no.
Not any cryptos.
which is
That's the wash sale rule.
which is super cool, Gary. If you think about the hybrid,
Yeah.
if I do that inside the fund,
Yeah.
okay, can you imagine writing off $20 million in depreciation and then writing off another
So let's think
20
about
million
this.
of losses and picking the position back up the same day?
Yeah, I got it. So
You want to take your little picture too? Little red truck.
I made $40 million this year in profit. January the 1st, TikTok, I get to take the sale, right? Do I delay my tax? Really? But what am I going to take that investment into? Where am I headed? Where am I going to take that $40 million, guys?
There's nowhere to take it. I wasn't saying for investment purposes. I was saying more like
No. I don't disagree with you. I think, like, you know, and I have that kind of issue, right? But I look at it and go, well, what the hell am I going to go into? I mean, just to save money on tax. By the way, agreed with everyone tonight. Everyone thinks we're going to have lower taxes. Why would I sell anything in January, dude? Until I have some clarity, I'm holding on to everything.
But there's some investors who are going to discount it and trade early.
Yeah, maybe some. I mean, there's
off it's Jan 1.
Dude, there's going to be some Bitcoin people right now that don't like 92 and they sell it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I have a friend that I have a friend that had wanted to buy a house. He was renting and he sold his Bitcoin to put a down payment on his house. And this was when it was at 60K.
Yeah,
a couple months ago.
Rocks, man.
It's bummer, right? So I think we could see people like that come January thinking something similar. Hey, I'm going to sell it now. Yeah.
Hey, what a stupid reason to sell the greatest asset on the planet.
I know, right?
I want to pay tax, man. Unbelievable. Stupid reason to get off a monster ride. Makes no sense to me. Like Burnside says, the risk is to the upside here. Like it is. 900 points of risk is to the upside, and you have, I don't even know what the downside is, 1 or 2. It's just not even close to me. It's still so asymmetric.
Well, I just think it's fascinating that we're
afraid to go on this long, this asymmetric. Sorry, John. You know, even at the 16 level and the 26s and the 46s, even if you got your head ripped off through all those periods, although it was uncomfortable, man, at least for Bitcoin, I think you go through that journey. Well worth it.
Yeah, most long-term holders aren't touching it, but there's going to be guys from the last cycle in 2017 and recently. It's predictable. There's going to be some selling in Jan 1. I can see that to Jan 3. And then there'll just be an opportunity for you to buy.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in the altcoin space that have on the short-term rally when things kind of flipped over into the alts, maybe entered into a position that they're bullish in, but not the right price. So not as big of a market as Bitcoin, obviously, but I know a lot of people do it.
Their cap gain triggered. Is that really January the 1st, or is it 1 year and a day?
I mean, if what Trump, and I'm looking at this from an M&A perspective, so if what Trump says he's going to do, it'll be retroactively marked on Jan 1. If he gets it past, say, Jan 30th or Feb 30th, it'll be retroactive for the year.
And what's he trying to get past?
Lower capital gains.
To what level?
We don't know yet, but we know that we know that it'll probably be lower. I mean, that's what everyone's trading on.
Yeah, and you think people would sell knowing that?
Correct. Well, people will sell thinking that. Yeah, exactly. They're hoping that Trump's going to go that direction, and they're probably right. I mean, it's probably 90% shot.
Okay, who else we got up? I'm having a hard time thinking with that, but okay. John has requested, let's see if I can bring him up. Did we get to Grant's 200 people? No, we didn't. Yeah, 194. It went to 194. Mike Mack is listening. Mike, what are you doing down there with your ABC, bro? ABC. We had somebody up here talking about, what was it, Solana. I actually heard somebody last night propose that Ethereum would have this year, this next cycle. I mean, they were so bearish. It was unbelievable. Yes, sir, John. I love your face, your body, the little doggy. Come on in, man.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing good.
First time listener. I know very little bit about Bitcoin. Retired truck mechanic. Trying to buy a house, but now I'm just like, the housing market is crazy. I hear you talking about Bitcoin and all this. I got about $28,000 sitting in the bank. What's your thoughts?
Give it to Grant. Yeah, I'll tell you what I think about 28 grand. Number one, don't buy a house with it. It's you're just gonna, you can't buy a house for 28 grand anymore. Correct. Unless you're gonna go to Jackson, or you're gonna go to Mississippi somewhere and pay cash for the house, fix it, and flip it. That'd be one thing you could do. But if you're talking about a place to live,
No, I don't mind renting, but I hear all this talk about Bitcoin. Should I get involved?
Well, should you? Sure, you should get an education though. You shouldn't go buy something you don't know anything about it. Now it sounds to me like, how old are you? 45, 46 years old?
62.
Oh man, you sound good for 62, bro. I hope I sound as good as you do when I'm your age.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, you got 28 grand. You got any other money anywhere? 401ks, IRAs?
No.
Life insurance?
Not just to cover my burial. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, you don't even need to worry about that shit. Cash that one in now. You ain't gonna care about that. So, what would I do with 28 grand today? I'd find somebody like me and invest it with a guy like me. I don't have place in any of my funds right now for you to do that, but I would find a guy that is investing in real estate that cash flows. Unless you're willing to go to zero and you're 28, cross your fingers, and you buy a part of a Bitcoin, cross your fingers, and you're to zero. Which that doesn't bother me either, because 28 grand is no money anyway. You know it, and I know it. It's, you're one emergency from being broke.
Right.
And what happens to people that have 28,000 as their emergency money is they end up having an emergency and then they go broke.
Right.
So the whole thing, the Dave Ramsey thing, is keep 28 grand for your emergency. Why, bro? If you have an emergency, you don't want money. You want to call your friends and say, help me out.
Yeah.
So I would find something that I'm really sure about. I started when I was 28 years old. I started with $3,000 and I invested in real estate because I knew I couldn't lose it. It paid me a couple $100 a month, and I went and bought another piece of real estate. And then I just kept repeating that over and over again. But it was real estate. I didn't live in it. I rented it to people.
Well, I had a house and I fixed it up, sold it. I made good money on it. And,
good.
Then I went and helped out one of my siblings down in South Florida.
Because you had some money. You had some money, so you went and helped them out. If you wouldn't have had any money, you wouldn't have helped them out.
Correct. So now I'm I was hoping the housing market would crash and I could get back involved in it, but that didn't happen yet. So
and that ain't going to happen.
Hammond and hawing.
Yeah. You're not having a crash in housing. Anybody waiting for that crash, you're going to be waiting for decades.
Okay. So a little too late in the game for me to get involved in Bitcoin, or what?
No, it's not too late in the game.
How do I get involved in that?
Bro, my brother just bought some today. He doxed himself and he bought some today. So if my brother's buying at 95, anything you get close to that, he doesn't pay top dollar for anything. Okay, he's always looking at the value.
I paid 108 too, Gary.
I know you did, son.
Or 106. I think 106.
What do you mean when you guys say like 95, 106? What does that mean?
That's a price. The price, $95,000 per Bitcoin, or $108,000 per Bitcoin.
Oh,
but you don't need to buy a whole Bitcoin. You can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin, or if you have
you would buy a third of it. You would buy $28,000 worth.
You can buy $1 if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do I go to do this? I mean, how do I get going?
Okay, so what I would suggest is you have a lot of research that you need to do first. Like what Grant is talking about
maybe
is
Johnny just wants to go buy a damn.
Well, I mean, if you just want to go for it, then by all means, go for it. But
you walk up to the casino table, you bang, you say, "Hey, I want to put my money, 28 grand on Bitcoin," and go.
So if you want to do that without learning anything about it, totally fine. The best way to do that without understanding the security and how to protect it and all of that would be to buy it through an ETF.
ETF.
Yeah. So like if you've got a
on your phone, once you DM John in the background, John is a personal coach for people starting on their first Bitcoin purchase.
I'm happy to do it.
John does this for a living. He's a full-time consultant. And he actually, this is his business, and he supports people. It's a charitable thing he does for people.
Okay. Yeah, like
I'm assuming you're on a
nothing about
smartphone.
this. I didn't mean to interrupt everybody else because you guys all sound like professionals, but I just figured I was listening and let's see what they say.
Hey Grant, can you give me an honorary diploma or something for this?
Sure, I'll bless you with it right now. Sign it across. Bang.
Oh, thank you.
You're blessed.
I feel blessed. 10x blessed.
10x, man, 10x. And guys, there's my 203. I got 203. Oh, you guys are awesome, man. Gary, wow, what a great room you have, Gary. Two out of 7 people here could actually post something in comments. So here's some of the comments, Gary. By the way, I'm going to be reading your comments, folks, okay? Let's see. We have shitcoins or money laundering by Blue Collar. Blue Collar also says, Mr. Positive here, Bitcoin is nothing more than a global collective of fiat. Energy has no value. Justin Belcher says shitcoiners are all over the place. Troy Lindsay says target holding at the end of 2025 is 21 million. Wow. And then, of course, we have the same guy, Mr. Negative, Blue Collar Dangerous, continues to comment. You guys will never be able to understand shitcoins. I'll hurt your brain to try. It's beyond your financial generational comprehension. David Hill, did you get some Bitcoin today? We have, I don't know how many of these you want me to do, Gary. 238 is likely for a new high. David Kiefer. Yeah, guys, what's the new high going to be? Or the new low? Post it in comments. My brother's telling me what wicks are. We got a lot of comments by a lot of people here. Thank you, guys. We got West Palm Beach in the house. Martin wants 6. I'm doxing him, I guess. I'm going to come get you, Martin, up in West Palm. I'll be there tomorrow night. We got Joey Lathrop, California. He's going to have 8 Bitcoin. Nation 93 says Grant Cardone is talking crypto. I love it. Guys, I'm not really talking crypto. I'm really talking about, I just don't believe in cash anymore. Like I just don't believe the US dollar. I've been saying this for 6 years too. What is it worth, really? Alex says 2 Bitcoin. And we got Big Head says he's going to have 250K. That's a lot of Bitcoin, bro. Florida Man says it's going to be a low of 87,000. Bernie said,
I thought you were going to say low of 87.
Yeah, 87,000. Yeah. And Bernie says, Grant, chill with the Fed questions. It's funny. I'm under the belief that the federal government knows everything about me, including where my accounts are. And if they don't, they can demand them in a moment's notice, and I will have to produce them. Is that right, Gary?
I totally agree, man. And I don't want to live in a world like that. That's not the world I want to live in. I think you got to correct it. You can't.
Well, if you decide not to live in the world anymore, let me know. But send your Bitcoin my way before you decide not to live in this world anymore. All right. You got me in the wheel, right?
Your wheel? What's that mean, man?
Your wheel.
Oh, you mean that kind of a wheel?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my tire on my car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't talk about it. I don't want to dox you or me. Let's see. Did you see that David Kiefer said, who also, by the way, I agree with it's 238. I'm at 228. David Bachman said there's downside risk to voter sentiment if too aggressive reform starts to break. Things even MAGA cares about. Not saying it isn't worth the risk, but wide open. Dude, this guy needs to break everything down so fast. We should be shocked at what he does.
Somebody just bought $5 million worth of Bitcoin.
So, hey, check this out. I wonder who that is. You know, somebody said here that the guy, anyway, there's somebody in here suggesting that, you know, there's more to the story of the guy that lost his Bitcoin. You know, that's sad, man. That's sad. But I don't think that it's, I mean, if I was worried that people are going to be gangsters on me in a product, does that bother you?
No. Jason says, by the way, somebody coming to rob me for my Bitcoin doesn't make them a killer. You know what I'm saying?
So I think with
somebody
Bitcoin,
said, I'm not willing to lose my life over my Bitcoin. I'm like, bro, you're probably not going to lose your life over your Bitcoin because the guy coming to rob it ain't a killer. Jason says 225. The high is going to be 250, and the low is going to be 72. Go ahead, sir. You were going to say something before I interrupted you.
I was just going to say, I mean, if somebody wanted to rob you, Grant, it'd be really hard to do. You know, a lot of your wealth's in real estate. How are you going to rob?
Yeah, I'm like, how much you want to take, bro? Like, you got? How big's your truck? How big's your truck? You want one unit? You want 3,000 units? Where are you going to take it off to? Now, I guess he could threaten me with my life. Any of you guys listening right now, you come threaten me with my life, you're going to have to take my life. I'm actually willing to die for my property.
Well, I mean, it's just be hard to do, but if you had it all in Bitcoin, somebody put a gun to your head, they could take it from you like that and it'd be done.
No.
It would just add to that 17% of Bitcoin that's lost forever.
That's right.
The gun.
That's right. I'm gonna make a contribution to the rest.
Well,
of
maybe
it.
that's what you got them clear on that, but that's what, you know, that's the idea is that it's, you know, Bitcoin transaction is final and immediate. And, you know, if somebody knows you control a lot of Bitcoin, they think that it's, you know, it's easy to get you to just do something that's final and immediate and can, you know, get them an immense wealth. I don't know if it's worth talking about, but, you know, crime
worked really great. I was going to say it worked really great for, you know, basically every illegal activity that's had to give their money back. And the reason the U.S. government owns Bitcoin today is because someone did something illegal and the government forced them to give them the Bitcoin, right? You know, from Silk Road on down to everything else. If you have a big enough stick, you can take stuff from people. And it's just a matter of what you're going to do to not give it up at that point in time.
Right. Yeah, it's just more of an attractive of a crime for criminals going after crypto because, you know, if it's stealing a car, you don't have to move it out of country. It's the easiest asset to steal and convert and get away with. It's also pretty easy to track them.
You're not making any more fans and friends in Bitcoin by having this conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just like anything else as far as like if someone wants to steal something bad enough, they're gonna find ways to do it. Like just like someone, you know, social engineering your, you know, bank login information and using your PayPal to buy crap on Amazon and getting it delivered and stuff like that. Like it's the same conversation as far as that goes. Grant, I don't know if you can answer a question. I had a question. I swear. You know, you had a much different tone about Bitcoin 4+ years ago. I believe, you know, having conversations back in the Clubhouse days and conversation, I don't think you would have said something like, I'm looking to acquire 1,000 Bitcoin or anything like that. Like, what has been the biggest change for you over time in seeing Bitcoin as an asset? You know, I don't know if you obviously put it to the same level of real estate yet, just because it's a different type of asset. It's not a cash flowing business. Like what's gotten you to that point now where it's like an interesting thing that you want to have?
I finally figured out how to combine the two. So I'm not, you know, I figured out how to combine the two and get the best of both worlds. I get my cash flow buys my Bitcoin, because I'm at a point in my life where I don't have to have the cash flow. So I'm like, but I'm still buying my real estate. The underlying asset is still the real estate, and it just funds my Bitcoin purchase. Also, I'm doing it for my partners because I believe it's better for our partnerships. We already have a long-term horizon. So I just figured out how to hybrid them. And rather than sitting on a bunch of cash or distributing a bunch of fiat that we go buy groceries with, the investors within my ecosystem that can afford to use the distributions from the cash flow to buy Bitcoin and accumulate that over longer periods of time.
So
you can
essentially,
you can
it's
see
just
what
a
I'm
savings
doing.
account.
Say again.
So essentially, it's a savings account.
Yeah, it's our real estate produces a bunch of cash. So rather than just sitting on more cash and more cash and more cash, at some point you have more. You don't need more cash. At some point, people won't need more Bitcoin. They'll want to go buy something with it. Right. So
he found a way to enhance IRR, right? And so it sounds like you're taking the NOI.
Mike can't buy all the Bitcoin. If he does, it's a problem. Can't have one owner. You don't have a market.
He's sure trying.
I hope not. I hope that's not the goal, because that means this whole thing is no fun.
No, I don't think anybody's ever going to have the ability to buy all the Bitcoin. It's the nature of it, and people not wanting to sell it. It's too many people own a lot of Bitcoin that will never sell it, and it'll be much more looked at as that asset where they try to take loans on it, just like they would, large quantities of stock and things like that to live off of, versus actually having to sell that asset. Kind of like you would never want to sell most people, unless you're flipping the property, you rather cash flow it. And then if you needed something, you take a loan on that property versus having to sell it to go to the next one, I'm assuming.
How's it going, everybody? Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, buddy. Go ahead, man. Legends Cardone. It's good to see you both. Gary Grant. Always enjoy hearing your perspective, seeing you out there. I wanted to jump up a few minutes ago when the gentleman was
He called you a legend,
asking
Gary.
about.
What's
He
that?
called you a legend.
Oh, nice. Thank you, sir.
I truly believe that about both of you guys. You have an awesome perspective and an excellent delivery of your message. And I'm constantly learning from you both. So you are legends in my book. I wanted to jump up a few minutes ago when the gentleman who was 60-ish years old was talking about buying Bitcoin. He wanted to get in. That's, first of all, if you're a Bitcoin believer or crypto believer, that little moment should have excited you, because that is retail coming in saying, how do I buy? Basically, take my money in a way. And the easiest way for people to do that is jump on something like Coinbase. If you're still listening out there, buddy, download an app called Coinbase. Go to Coinbase.com. You can pick up your first Bitcoin there, nice and easy. And when you're ready, you can start to learn about the awesome world of self-custody. But step one, get Coinbase, connect your bank account, buy your Bitcoin. Welcome to the world of opportunity. Final point is, he was asking about, and a lot of people ask about, is it too late? I remember seeing Bitcoin in a black banner on the Silk Road at $80. I remember just within the last 2-ish years buying Bitcoin at around 16K. And just like that, because time does what time does and evaporates right before our eyes, Bitcoin hit 105K. It's mind-boggling how fast that went. I can't even believe that time flew by that fast. Granted, past performance isn't indicative of future performance, but if the administration that is coming into office does what it says it's going to do, and the world continues to adopt Bitcoin as a standard like it is, I see only one direction for the price to go up. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mike Mack. What is up, buddy? How you doing? Give me some news.
What's up, Legend Cardones? I call both y'all Legend too. I think KG had it right. I got Bitcoin at 103 by the end of this week, and I've got it at 118 after Trump's inauguration.
Oh, there's a man that sticks his willy out.
Believe it.
Sticks it on the line, dog. I like that. 103 end of week, 118 January the 21st.
Correct.
Cool.
That's what I'm taking. What?
Yeah,
by the way,
I want to know everybody else's.
By the way, to everybody in the audience listening, the passphrase to get into the Cardone New Year's Eve party is Dark Mega. Just letting you know.
That's the password, bro.
So you excited about the Trump thing coming in? We're getting closer now. I mean, this is it's about to take off. You think people are going to start buying back after, because they're selling off right now, baby? They're going to buy back.
30 days in the hole, in a dark MAGA hole, baby.
Somebody's going to want to clip that,
baby. Dark MAGA. Sorry, I had to go off there for a second.
Nothing wrong with that. That's some good singing. That's good eating right there. The people going to be buying back this week? What you think? Get some short-term gains for some people coming up in this next starting on what?
Yeah, I guess everybody's going to sell, man, for tax avoidance.
Well, let me preface it with this, Gary. So yeah, you're going to get some people selling who own, but on the flip side, you're going to get people who are incentivized to buy who haven't bought yet because of the fact that Trump may actually eliminate cap gains completely on crypto. So there is that element too. I think it's a very short-lived cycle of tax loss selling.
From your mouth to God's ears, that capital gains tax will be a heaven freaking sent miracle.
There's no way that happens. If it does,
no, I'm not saying it does, but there's a great probability of directional. That's what I was saying earlier when Gary asked the question, what is the amount of the capital gains reduction? And I said, we don't know. So it could be fine. It could even be fine. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's going to bring buyers in.
You think there's going to be any preference for the American crypto companies like he's talking about, Algorand, XRP, Cardano, stuff like that?
Yeah, I think they'll craft that in. Yeah, they'll weave something in that's favorable for U.S.-based companies for sure, and to bring crypto back home, that kind of thing, et cetera, et cetera.
Mike, are you still on about that XRP thing?
Break it up. Can't hear you.
Good to see you, man.
Oh, let's have that conversation. Gosh, what is XRP doing? I haven't noticed.
$2.
Same thing everybody else is doing right now.
Dark Side's like, don't do it, Gary. Don't do it.
I'm still waiting to see. Look, I'm still waiting to see what the hell's going to go on with Tether. That's gonna give us a little bit of direction coming on. I know everybody thinks that we're just going to buy into it. I'm not so sure about that. Of course, I could be totally wrong. We'll see.
What's happening in the world of Tether these days? I feel like I'm out of the loop in the altcoin, shitcoin world.
It's fun times. That AI 16Z little freaking AI buyer. I don't know all the details behind that thing, but it's stirring some stuff up as well.
Yeah, that's the one. I was wrong about Fartcoin. It was the AI coin that hit 1.8 billion.
Yeah, there's talk and maybe even official announcement of Tether not supporting Europe or the EU. They're doing some kind of jurisdictional.
It's FUD. Yeah, it's FUD. It's the same Tether FUD we've been.
That's way better than the conversations last bull run where they were wondering if Tether even owned enough assets to cover out their outlying Tether. So that's positive, I guess.
They always rag Tether, and Tether always makes it through somehow. I will give Tether that. They overcome the worst. They've overcome probably the worst FUD of anybody. So,
well, they got $7.7 billion in Bitcoin plus all U.S. Treasuries, right? So, yeah.
I was told it was confirmed that in the EU, Tether is no longer being used. Is officially banned in Europe.
That's correct.
And that doesn't surprise me because there's other stable coins coming to market that's literally just launched, backed by, you call it Andreessen Horowitz, Dragonfly Capital. I mean, there's some pretty big stable coin projects coming out in the next 30, 60 days.
There is one stable coin that just came out. I can't remember the name of it. It was some company. I think they call it Brad's coin or something like that. Come on, Darkside, help me out. What's the name of that coin? Damn it, I can't think of it.
I don't know the name of that coin, but I think it's called drinking water.
It's called U.S. dollars. Is U.S. dollars the stable
That's
coin?
not a stable coin, actually.
All the stable coins just track U.S. dollars.
That's a shit coin.
I don't know why you'd want to peg your asset to something with permanent inflation.
Well, stable coins are pretty cool, and there's some that are better than others. Like you have a company called Liquidity on Ethereum that is strictly backed by ETH, and so you don't have all of that. Wait, there's a point to it. Okay, I won't go down the dark rabbit hole. Point is, there's different stable coins that have different pros and cons. But when you're out there trying to preserve your value in crypto, so you're not having to go in and out of fiat, stable.
Yo, you're breaking up, bro. Nobody can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, stable coins.
The summary,
like you summary originally.
Yo, Shannon and KG, I think both of you guys ought to drop and come back. Second Moon, what up, man? How you doing? What's going on? Then David Hill's got his hand up. That could mean he is available or not available. So we'll see. But maybe if we give him a little lead time. What is up, Second the Moon? Man, you guys make it hard sometimes. I got to squint to see these names. Okay, he's not available. How about Floridida? Floridida.
Thanks, Gary. Grant, I was just curious actually a little bit on the structuring of your funds. Are you basically raising, I don't know, call it 70, 80 million of equity, and then you're adding some sort of leverage, senior leverage on top to buy the Bitcoin in the initial balance sheet? And then are you taking the NOI from the properties themselves and then continually buying Bitcoin for the next 5 years? Is that the idea?
No leverage. Yeah.
I think Grant's
adding Bitcoin and real estate together.
Yeah, but he's making it. I think he's. Go ahead, Grant.
I thought you were in the crapper. I was going to try to cover for you, bro.
Oh, no. I don't hear everybody speaking. I heard you though.
Can you hear me, or maybe I need to come back up?
See, if somebody's speaking right now, I don't hear you. You should recycle. Can't be me.
Yeah, I'll drop down and then come up.
Dave Grant, the guy wanted to know about how your Bitcoin layered in as debt and where it fit into your portfolio, and how, he also commended you for being a genius.
Oh, well, the last part is
give it a little time.
The last part is, if you call common sense and just very practical person a genius, sir, I'm not.
like 25 or 27 minutes ago. He was live.
He was. I watched it. I had it on
You
my
can go to his
phone.
profile and you see it. It's
Yeah, I
right
know,
there.
but there's ways to. I mean, I'm just saying. Because somebody had mentioned openness. Technically speaking, there is a way to broadcast
Yeah, I know,
live
I
when
know,
you're
I
not
know.
really live.
No, he was
You're
answering
asking
questions. She was answering people's
I
questions.
shouldn't have said that. I kind of regret saying that a little bit.
Yeah.
It's still funny that I said it.
It is funny that you said it, and anyone with a brain will understand that it was a joke, but there are not many people with brains that work as well as they should here. That's all I'm going to say.
I think he's traveling though. Like I think he's traveling. I saw a report.
He is
that
on
he's
his
traveling
playing Path of Exile 2 using Starlink.
Well,
He literally said so himself in the community, man.
If he has time to be Adrian, there's obviously more than one Elon Musk. Because there's no way.
Okay, now we're entering some different territory.
Well, and also Elon, I posted this earlier. Elon has these awkward pauses all the time when he speaks. And Adrian, you speak extremely fast.
Yes.
So that's how I can tell that you guys are not the same.
Yes.
Like if Elon was pretending.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. I am effectively, you could say, the Gen Z super speedy version of Elon that does public speaking more than engineering. In a sense.
Yeah,
Even though I do a lot more engineering as well, this is my job, but I do a lot of public speaking.
Elon could be you, but you couldn't be Elon. It just wouldn't work out that way. Elon would have had to.
I would have to be less public for sure because I put a lot more of my brain power into the other thing. I mean, I could do it. It's just what he's doing wouldn't be like this exact life that he's leading wouldn't be something I would sustain for myself unless, of course, I had a clear path. Then I might do it. He's already doing it. I have a different path.
This was settled yesterday. You still think that they're the same? No way, dude.
Yeah. It's gotten so bad now that even legacy media likes to perpetuate the bullshit. They're the ones who say, the netizens have uncovered it. I'm like, since when have you listened to the netizens? Like, I thought a few years ago, the netizens were a bunch of people that you couldn't trust for anything. I thought that was the idea, that you could trash talk citizen journalism. So why is now quote-unquote citizen journalism a thing that they believe in? Because it's convenient? Yeah.
Hey, Adrian?
Yeah.
I have to go because I have to go do some prep for my show, which I'm going to be doing in a couple days. So I was just going to say thanks for having me on again. It was a pleasure. And I want to invite you to come on my show sometime. So maybe you can come on Loomer Unleashed and you can be a guest.
Who knows, maybe.
Well, that was a question, like an invite. So will you come on my show?
That depends on which capacity, physically or via call.
It could be a call. I mean, obviously, I'm not into doxing, so I'm not going to have you dox yourself.
Maybe a call, but I'm not giving you my mobile phone number. Absolutely not.
We could do a call. I'm not going to dox you, Adrian. So I was going to have you come on my show via call, but I think it'd be great. So I'm asking you, do you want to come on my show? I would love to have you on my show, Loomer Unleashed.
Okay, that depends on what you're gonna ask me there, and yeah.
We could agree on what we were gonna discuss ahead of time, but
I would have to see the material and I'll consider it. I can't make any guarantees. Besides, I'm also a relatively busy individual, so some of my stuff might change, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, it's going to be a very busy week. First week back for Congress with the speaker's race, and also the certification of the election. So maybe you want to join me to talk about all of that before the inauguration.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But more so, I'm focused less on the politics angle of things, more so the time and mechanical functions of this place kind of things, if that makes sense. And
we can talk about that. I think a lot of people have a lot of concerns about Speaker Johnson getting the endorsement from Trump today. So maybe we can talk about whether or not Mike Johnson is the best person for the job if we want to have an.
I don't know if Mike Johnson is the best person for the job. I didn't vote. I am extremely politically independent. I have never voted in my life for anyone.
Okay. Well, we can talk about this.
nor have I donated to anyone's campaigns either. So it's a thing that I decided, you know, it would be kind of funny. It's like every other time I was either too young or there were no good options. So.
Well, I think that it would be very viral and people would love it.
It would be posting as we wrote it.
I think that people would really find it to be quite exhilarating if you appeared on Loomer Unleashed.
I'll see if I can make it. I can't make any promises, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Well, I'm going to DM you some times and some subjects of conversation, and hopefully you'll get back to me, and then we can talk about you coming on Loomer Unleashed.
All right. Sounds good.
And we'll promote it. We'll make a graphic for it, and we'll hype it up.
Sure. All right. Good. Awesome.
All righty. All right. Well, if I don't talk to you in the meantime, I hope you have a nice New Year, Adrian. Going to
Likewise.
Are you going to go to any nice parties?
Me? I don't know. Maybe doing spaces on New Year's all the way through, like last year.
I will request, Laura, if you can have your followers leave me the fuck alone, I would greatly appreciate that.
What do you mean? I'm not telling any of my followers to do anything to you.
No. Laura, you have to understand. You have a cult following. This means that, you have a cult following, okay? Even though you don't say it, they'll make an interpretation as to what you want, and whoever is like your antagonist is someone they'll harass.
I have a passionate following because I'm a change agent, and people view me as an agent.
It's a cult following. It's absolutely a cult following, 100%.
Please just leave it.
It's not a bad thing. You know, a cult following isn't a bad thing. You keep hearing that in the media. People say that about certain things, like even a movie might have a cult following, but these people are completely normal, you know?
Look, I have nothing to do with any of the platform bullshit, so please just leave me out of it. Please. Everyone.
If you
were listening to this space and you are a member of
I'm allowed to do what I want in my personal time. Just because I have a badge on my account doesn't mean I'm always working in my capacity with X. Like, chill. Am I not allowed to have a personal life, or should I just be my burner?
You are. If you are,
don't tell me what I am or what I'm not. You can just leave me alone, please. For the love of God, leave me alone.
You just asked the question. You just asked the question.
I'm asking you to, please get your hounds off of me. That is all
I'm trying to say right now. I don't have hounds on you. They're not dogs. They're people.
They're acting like they're not in the 70s. So please, just look at the comments.
I did not encourage anybody to go after you on this call.
You don't have to.
Everybody has.
This is why I call it cult following. Like I said, they'll interpret an antagonist, and they'll say, "Oh wow, this is an antagonist. I shall fight for Loomer." And then all of a sudden, it's like, "Hey, we're gonna defeat the antagonist." That's what's happening here. Even though you don't realize it.
Don't give a shit. I can tell my fan club is called
my fan club
Slow down. Slow a bit.
My fan club is literally called Loomer's Army. That's what they call themselves. Loomer's Army.
Yeah. So what do you?
Oh my God! So it is a cult.
Wow, that is 100% bona fide a cult, and I can't wait to.
It's sort of religion, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that might actually work. Fuck.
Kind of sick. It's kind of sick. Not gonna lie.
What to be called?
Sick in a bad way or sick in a good way? I mean, having your own personal army, not so bad, eh?
My fan club, they make T-shirts. They have T-shirts that have Loomer's Army with the upside.
Oh my God, that's so much work.
Merchandise. You've got.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like third world invaders to me.
No, they're very.
Oh my God! Holy
my
shit!
supporters are amazing. So basically, the story behind Loomer's Army is
no, they're terrible. You should read these comments, Laura. Look at these comments. They are absolutely garbage, and they are an extension of you. So please, leave me the fuck alone and get your hounds off.
I have not encouraged anybody.
Yeah, you don't need to because you have a.
Okay, how about this? Laura. Okay, Hannah, Blythe, can you get out now? Can you see him?
Yeah, I keep clicking on it. I sent him a DM invite. I tried to invite him. It just says it's throwing an error every single time. Also, Jordan.
All right, here.
Okay, if you are
Laura Katz, I'm going to use you as the co-host to bring him up.
If you are a member of Loomer's Army, please let BP enjoy her night and do not send her any nasty messages.
Nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very hard.
That was not so hard. Yes, that could have been done at the beginning, man. Lori,
Looking at some of the people.
Everybody has free will. Everyone has free will. I don't
Actually, I disagree. I think some people have lack self-awareness and therefore do not have as much free will as many others would, and that would be an army of simps. I'm not saying that you got an army of simps. I'm just saying that there are some people who are massive simps, like, for instance, the people who pay for OnlyFans.
I am not seeing the request.
But my followers are not. They're just very passionate Americans.
They're
They're
insane.
from all over the
Their
world.
followers are insane. I know some of
I
these
think we should not
people that
conflate passion
right
with insanity. By the way,
I
passion
know
by
what these
definition.
people are. They look familiar. They're the same people.
I love my followers. They're the
I bet you do. I mean, if you have followers that buy your merch and call them your army, man, holy shit, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll put the link in my well, maybe I should put that in my
Freckle
bio.
has like an army of simps herself, you know, it's incredible.
They're called Loomers Army. It's great.
So I'm not seeing it on, unfortunately. No, they just have, yeah, I should not say that last part.
Yeah, it's not working. It's
Something's weird.
I'm trying inviting grants.
One of my members, to tell you a story about how loyal and dedicated my people are. So one of my fan club members, I won't dox them because I don't want them to be harassed. But one of my fan club members is so dedicated. They do DoorDash and Uber Eats, and they do this every single day. And every single day, they've ordered so many Loomers Army shirts that they wear a Loomers Army shirt everywhere that they go. And then when the people ask them what's Loomers Army, they spend the entire time telling them what Morley is.
100% a fucking cult, man. This is like Jehovah's Witnesses, but for politics. It's incredible. I'm not saying anything against it. No, quite the contrary. That's wow. That's actually a concern. That's why we're concerned. You see, because it's that fucking dedicated. I mean.
It's a beautiful thing to be that dedicated. I love that.
I bet it is, especially for the one who receives the dedication 100%. I don't disagree.
That's horrible. That is horrible.
No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's absolutely fucking brilliant. Just to mobilize it as a weapon.
It's like she hasn't been enthralled, right? And that is such.
Yeah, don't weaponize it. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Just don't weaponize your following. That's it. That's all that you don't mobilize it.
Right? That's the concern, right? If they were, it's like go out there and be nice and go to an animal shelter and look after the animals. If that was the command, I'd be like, all right, that's kind of cool.
Well, we do that. We do that too. I mobilized my supporters to raise $50,000 for an animal shelter that was destroyed in a tornado here. We do that too, Ian. We're animal rights
that's
activists.
That's a good thing to do.
Oh my God.
Why did you keep doing that?
Fundraising.
Honestly, keep doing that. Just keep doing that. Don't harass people. Don't send them after people who don't like you. That's just not cool, right?
But you're gaslighting me. We're on this.
No. She's not sending anyone after anyone. It's just very dedicated. And I think that exactly. It's the point. We're not saying that. We're not saying that. Ian just said this. I think he said it mistakenly. But we're not saying that you're sending anyone after anyone. Specifically, what we're saying is that your passionate fan base is so passionate that if you have an antagonist, the fan base will go after said antagonist. That is the problem. And I think that BP was a perfect demonstration of exactly that because, well, you did have a bit of a back and forth in which she really was able to pull some stuff off, and I'm pretty sure that passionate fan base does not appreciate that too much. That's the point. Nothing else. So Ian was a little bit wrong on that. You didn't send anyone after anyone.
Yeah, 100%. What you said.
By the way, we have Grant Cardone on stage. I just want to say hi to Grant.
Oh yeah, Grant. Sorry I didn't get to speak to you properly yesterday. What's up, man?
No problem, guys. Appreciate you guys, Loomer. I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you. You must be a.
Do you have a Loomer shirt also?
Yeah, I got it. I sleep in them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's one of them.
Grant, send me your address, and I will send you a Loomers Army shirt.
Oh no, I forgot.
This guy's like, no.
Adrian, I'll send you one too.
No, I don't give anyone my address. Fuck that.
Fuck that.
You can get a P.O. box. I'll send you a Loomers Army shirt.
Street cities.
We have them in all types of colors.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
You would actually really like it because the symbol of Loomer's Army is basically like the dead, the dead Twitter bird.
Oh wow! All right.
So it's the Twitter bird.
I would like some X merch though. I would go for the X merch.
It's the Twitter bird upside down. Like
with a little X's in its eyes. Yeah, I've seen that.
with X's in its eyes.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, we're gonna have to shake up. By the way, Laura, you gonna be around for a little bit, or are you gonna go? Because I want to bring somebody else up.
I want to let you bring him up, but I want you to know that I am the person who popularized that image of the upside down dead Twitter bird with the X's in its eyes. That's from my bias movement. So I'm gonna let you Grant for it, and then I'll head out. Go ahead, Grant.
Grant.
Hey, Grant.
Grant is the corridor, and what's up, dude?
Hey,
these mics muted.
You can
content.
Yeah. Wait, I want to bring somebody up, but there's like literally not enough space. I want to. Who has spoken the least here?
Malcolm, but yeah, I'm worried about the space. Right? There's just not enough spaces.
All right. Not enough space. Not enough space. Okay, who's spoken the least? John, can I kick you?
Yeah, you can kick me. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Sounds good. Okay, Lori Katz, I'm gonna switch you out for Auda, and then Auda can bring up whoever he does. All right. Okay, good. That's that. Lori Cat will have to request again. Okay, there we go. Auda, did you get the thing?
It's not working.
Wait, I sent it to the wrong guy. Sorry, I sent it to Suraj. My bad. Suraj, I'm gonna exchange you out for Auda real quick. Sorry about that. So it was like moving on the screen. Okay, then you have to bring Suraj up as well again. God, everything keeps switching on my screen. Sorry. Okay, there we go.
You know what?
We'll bring Suraj back up.
It needs an easier way to manage it. You know, it's just so complicated right now. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's not that it's too complicated. It's that it's extremely simplistic, but it's more so basic than it is simplistic. That's the problem. Right. You don't want basic fucking systems. You want simple systems. There's a difference. I don't like things that are basic. Basic is annoying. Simple is beautiful.
Breaking news, Elon Musk just retweeted his segments from this space. And Elon Musk is so talented that he's playing video games on his plane testing Starlink while also hosting an X-Base on his burner account. And he quote tweeted it 11 minutes ago and said, "Now that, in all caps, is a psyop they weren't expecting," with a laughy emoji.
Nice. Nice.
Blige, can you let anyone up? Did I? I put Laura Cat back up. And bring back Suraj and this Suraj. Yeah. For some reason, I can't bring anyone up. Wiggle's down.
That is absolutely insane. Yes.
I can bring Wiggle up if you want.
Hold on, wait. Elliot, your guy isn't requesting. Or if he is, I don't see him.
He's going to request right now.
It's funny as shit. Oh, that happened like about 14 minutes ago. Nice. Yeah.
Elon Musk says he wants to be the 9 out of 10 Americans who support tossing Dr. Fauci in a volcano. He says, "I'm one of those 9."
Wow. Yeah, Fauci still has to be accountable for the bullshit that he caused to many people. Not many individuals are willing to speak on that and say it, but I definitely think so. He's done a lot of damage.
Yes, he has. Prosecute Fauci.
It wasn't the response that was bad, in my opinion. Is that the grounds for the response was, to say the least, not scientific enough, I think, personally.
Remember the 6-foot rule? Completely made up. Completely made up.
Yep, they just made that shit up out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like, we just kind of needed people to think that we were doing something. So, somebody came with a 6-foot rule, and it just, And it
You know what's fascinating?
businesses.
It was fascinating when it was eventually realized that there was no threat anymore, really. The people that were heavily advocating for the measures, they had an identity crisis again, because these are the types of people. Now, if you imagine, there are things such as socialist regimes, and you would never imagine this, but it is a real thing that occurs. Where, say, for instance, your neighbor who you've known for years, you'd never expect this individual to do it, but they're going to dog you in, man. They're going to do the same thing to their grandmother, to their brother, sister, whatever you may have. These are very pathetic individuals, and they would definitely do this. They would betray their own families. They would betray their own friends and neighbors for no reason whatsoever, and just call it. It's the same thing in fucking Germany, Same thing. It's always been like this. Always going to be like that. It's absolutely annoying.
They brought it back during COVID, where they were reporting on each other.
Exactly. You have this thing, and that happens there as well. So if you think about it, I really would like to know the statistics of however many people called their neighbors in for literally no good reason. How many of those had ideations that were consistent with people who support socialism? Just curiosity. I'm not saying that there were. I'm just thinking it'd be interesting to know if we had the data point.
99% of them. Yeah.
It would be a very interesting number to the point where it's like, God damn, that's a hell of a coincidence.
Yep.
Are you still able to let people up or no?
Yeah, I got the guy. I had some time. Yep. Anyway, this is.
Oh my God.
Also, the head of Loomer's Army just texted me and says to say hello. They sent me a photo of themselves live streaming this Twitter space with
There's a
the
head of Loomer's
Twitter
Army.
bird logo. Yes, they just texted
Oh my God.
Would they be
You feel like a general or something?
Yeah, general. Yeah, maybe they can come up in this space. Let me see. They are listening
That
right now.
depends.
I don't know, man.
It's at Loomer's fan club. If you want to follow them on X, it's at Loomer's.
Yeah, we don't do promotions here. We don't do promotions
No,
here.
it's not. I'm saying if you want to bring them up, it's at.
No, that's good. It's no. I kind of want to return back to a format earlier. It was one of the personal discussion, but sure.
Yeah.
I didn't think this was going to happen. I didn't think we were going to have a part 2, 3, or however much. I didn't think we were going to have to deal with zombie horses today, but we're definitely dealing with zombie horses. So that is for sure. It does go to show that when it comes to, say, beating a dead horse, sometimes the horse isn't quite dead, and even if it is, there's a chance that it will turn into a zombie, come back, and will need to be beaten again. This time, you have actually ever a reason to.
Undead nightmare.
Speaking of things that happened
exactly.
today, Adrian. So
Undead horse.
speaking of things that happened today, what do you think about China hacking the U.S. Treasury? Do you?
I don't know if that was happening. I have no idea. I'll have to look into that myself. Yeah, what's up?
I saw that today. It said.
Yeah, what's up? Hang on. I don't know what up.
I think we're gonna have to restart the space, and neither me and Blythe can properly run it.
Well, I brought the guy up, and then he disconnected. It looks like he had a bad connection. But other people I brought up are still able to function. So
Yeah, somebody just brought me up, so that works.
Yeah, I don't think
he was getting some audio.
I think you should try and use it on the browser clients. That works too.
Yeah.
Browser clients are pretty nice.
Maybe try again. He just requested. So.
Yeah.
By the way, excuse me.
I'm gonna DM you the story, Adrian, so that you can see it in case you weren't aware of it.
Sure.
Because it's
I kind of didn't want to talk about this kind of stuff today. It's not what my intent was.
Well, it's
kind of chill.
Business, finance,
I'm
and
so
technology.
chill. Wait a minute. I'm gonna make another coffee.
I need a coffee. Hold on.
I'm not insane enough yet.
Yeah, coffee break.
Yeah, let's chill out with more caffeine.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm gonna DM you the story. Basically, China hacked the U.S. Treasury today.
What's the response to it as the U.S. responded?
Well, there's widespread condemnation, but I'm just wondering. That's why I wanted to get Adrian's take on it, what he thought about it.
So when you say China, do you mean state actors or non-state actors?
I'm looking at a Wall Street Journal article.
State actors.
State actors.
All right.
Welcome back.
State actors. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty serious story. So, basically, Chinese state actors hacked the U.S. Treasury today.
That's wild.
Yeah. I guess
Yeah.
they should stop using COBOL, since that's what they do.
Oh, by the way, I'm just looking at the thing with the Charles Johnson thing you mentioned earlier. That guy was not
Right.
suspended.
He was
No.
he deleted his own account, and now he's pretending that he was suspended. Yeah, I looked into
Yeah, that's
that.
bullshit. He deleted his own account. That's what it looks like. So when an account is actually suspended, there is a label that says yes, the account is suspended. In this case, it did not show that. It just said something went wrong, which is consistent with when somebody deletes their account. And then if the account, of course, comes back because you reactivate the account, then of course it's going to be back, and people are going to say, "Oh my God, I was suspended," even though they weren't. So that guy's bullshitting you.
He's a big time bullshitter, and he's trying to get subscriptions for his Substack account, which is why he's doing this. And he's saying that all the money.
That's interesting. I didn't consider this. Okay. So new theory. There might be a new trend that's coming up for various people deleting their accounts, reactivating them, and then saying they were temporarily suspended to show their Substack. That's a new thing that might happen.
Wow.
Yep.
That's an
You heard that here first. Let's fucking go. Don't fucking do this, by the way. It's really annoying. Really annoying. Don't do that. Don't fucking cry censorship, because if there's actual censorship, no one's gonna believe you.
Boy who cried wolf.
Say if something is actually wrong with the algorithm, no one's gonna listen to you.
Yeah, I was actually just saying this. I was actually just saying this earlier. There's a big difference between suppression, censorship, and suspended. Like, everybody has to understand that there's three different things. Suppression, all of that, don't tweet out gore, right? And stuff like that. It's clear as day, but you're not being censored. And Laura, stop saying you're being censored. You being censored is somebody taking your account and not allowing you to do anything. Okay?
My posts are being listed as probable spam, so you're saying
I doubt that. I'm seeing all of your posts. They're doing very well, actually.
Posts too,
no,
and I don't
if you
even
go
follow
to
you.
the comments on my post and you look at the comments.
No, the comments are looking there. I can see your comments. The comments are fine. That's actually the reason why I figured out the thing was a badge is because of the fact that you wanted me to look at the replies, and I could see all of them.
No,
It's a big, beautiful account. There's a lot of good things on that account. The account's still visible. Has a lot of range.
No, Adrian, it says probable spam. Adrian,
I had
it
to
says
pull that. I had to fucking pull that. I'm sorry. I'm a bit of a troll.
Okay, but Adrian, it literally, I'm looking at it right now, and it says.
Sorry, it's Donald now.
Adrian, it says probable spam.
I didn't see where it says that. You're gonna have to screenshot it.
I'm gonna screenshot it, and I'm gonna do a video, and I'm gonna show you. Okay?
I don't see it. I'm looking through your timeline right now. I don't see anything that's been hidden.
What are you
Why am I
talking
even
about?
communicating here as if I was somehow fucking tech support, man? What the hell?
It literally says probable.
Somebody explain to me why I'm doing this, because I'm starting to really lose the plot here as to why. I'm not tech support, yet somehow I think I'm a super user of X in a sense that I just use the platform insanely much to the extent that I'm like, okay, cool, somebody who knows a lot of shit. But goddamn, I'm basically fucking becoming X tech support in an unofficial capacity. What the fuck?
DMing me. People always DMing me asking me stupid tech support bullshit, and I'm like, I don't work there. I don't know anything.
And even if you did, they would only just work there. Auda, what's up? Hang on a second. Auda, what's up?
Does it show me as co-host? Now it says
No.
No, it says speaker.
Okay, can you add me to the co-host?
I just did.
My fucking god.
Adrian, I sent you the tweet. I
love his the frustration sound. Oh, he just disconnected again. It's like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, the worst it's been.
He already knows. Like, for him, this is so over.
Maybe Auda's being censored right now. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. It's censorship. This is space of censorship. Yeah, 100%. There we go. You accepted the curse invite. I can see it now. I did. Everything's working. How are we doing?
Okay. Let's see.
I invited.
Okay, there we go.
Host.
Okay,
he shows up as
okay, there we go. Now I can find it. Okay,
He's uncensored, guys. You don't have to subscribe to his Substack anymore. He's an uncensored.
Yeah, exactly. I think I can let people up now.
I sent you the post, Adrian. So if you click on the post that I DM'd you, you can clearly see if you scroll down the first 5 or 6 comments, then there's a bunch of other comments with premium users that says probable spam. So about 80% of the comments on all of my posts since I was suspended say probable spam.
You were not suspended. You were not
It was
suspended.
suspended for 12 hours. What are you talking about?
You were not suspended for 12. You were locked out of your account for 12 hours, not suspended. If you were suspended, we wouldn't have been able to see you. As a matter of fact, during the period of time you were locked out of your account, you were even on Spaces.
But
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're not.
You are not suspended. Don't keep repeating that. That's a lie.
Hey, Laura. I want you to understand. I want you to understand something. All you did was talk to somebody, and look what happened. Imagine what happens when you leak. Imagine what happens when you leak an address. This is the problem that we're trying to address when it comes down to.
You're actually lucky you're still here because by all intents and purposes, that should pronouncing, even though unintentional.
Over the top. I don't. Oh, look what you did. I was very respectful to her, and I was talking to her, and I did not.
That's enough.
So don't say that.
Okay. Enough. All right, that's enough.
So, all right. I actually think let's bring up her fan army thing to see if she can give a proper argument.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Let the cult on.
All right.
It's not a cult.
It is a cult. I'm sorry. You can't say it's really an army because that would be a militia. So
Call your first definition
of a cult.
Did they?
Yeah, they could define it as a militia. Is that proper? I don't know.
Did they?
No, it's an army.
It needs to be armed, actually armed.
Out there.
Unarmed militia. I don't know. Just trolling. Don't take any of what we just said here seriously. That would be absolutely fucking nonsensical.
Not this motherfucker. Though. I mean, we're talking levels of David Koresh here, okay? She's Laura Loomer is David Koresh, and this is David Koresh's army.
Oh my god! I actually know this account. This individual has been bothering me in my replies for a very long time. Please stop. It's so nonsensical. Do you even speak?
Individual?
I don't know. If you can't speak, you gotta speak. You have 30 seconds.
Loomer's fan club.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to go live. And thank you, Laura, for giving me the shout out. That's really cool. I'm getting some text messages.
Can you come closer to the microphone?
Sure. Is this better?
No. Way closer to the microphone.
I'm right on top of the mic.
This is right on top of the microphone.
Here's what I can do. Hold on. Let me get over to my OBS. Let me turn up that mic. That's the problem. There we go. Get that mic, baby. Oh. I don't go on mic often, but thank you for helping me through that and giving me the time. What do you guys want to know? What do you want to know about Loomer's army? What do you want to know about Laura Loomer?
I don't think I already know everything. I'm not even sure why you're here. To be honest.
Met Laura Loomer? Have you ever met her in person?
I don't need to meet someone in person to know who they are.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I see.
You remember what I said in the other space when I was trolling people by telling everyone that I'm the most smoothest brained individual on that space? I'm like that thing that floats above the water, like those UFOs, if they're even real, which are probably not. But if you were to imagine it, it's like this, politically speaking, and speaking in terms of dependencies and subject matter. I'm like this thing that floats above everything. It's it's what I like to define as the above psyop layer. People in the Magic Numbers Company would understand, but this is a bit of a reference. So yes, I see everything, and I get it. And if I don't, I listen.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And if you've seen, I've been in the conversation. I've been in the conversation spaces. I don't want to say from the beginning, but pretty often. I've listened, and I have sent in my.
Oh, I know. You've been bothering me in the replies for a very long time. I know.
In the replies, sending some positive things about Laura Loomer, because
I don't know what you were sending there, but it really bothered me.
Well, if it did, what it would be positive stuff about Laura Loomer.
There's a lot of links and things. I'm not a person that likes that. I'm an on-page, user minutes maximizer type of person.
I'm going to pull up the LoomerFanClub.com right now. Let me just go on Loomer. I want to go.
Did he cut out or am I lagging?
No, he didn't cut out. He just sounds extremely quiet. Otto, can you still hear Ian? Ian, say something.
Yeah, I'm going to say something. Otto, can you hear me? If you can hear me, then respond. I don't think he can hear me at all, since he isn't responding. So.
No, he can't.
Fuck us, I guess.
God damn it.
Weird.
The next time we're not going to let 10 people up, man. It's way too many fucking people. Holy shit.
Yeah. So you need like 9 or 8 or something, yeah. To bring the space. It's like every.
All right, okay. Here's the thing.
Wait,
Here's what we're gonna do.
go ahead, Loomers Fan Club. Go ahead and say what you need to say.
Okay, what I'm going to say, thank you guys. And here's the thing. Laura Loomer is a historic figure. You guys know that?
Okay.
And here's something that Elon is really kind of ticking me off about. I want to be nice about it, but he said the other day, hashtags are bad. Well, one of the things Laura knows.
He didn't say hashtags are banned.
Elon? He said don't use it.
Oh yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he did say that they're ugly. I agree. They're annoying.
But then I went to Grok myself.
Yeah, I hate hashtags as well. They're like this weird hyper, like this weird stuff. It's very noisy.
Give you 100 reasons why hashtags are good.
Hashtags are shit because they don't get fed into the algorithm, which is why you should.
Yeah, the reason why Grok would give you an answer as to why hashtags would be good is because it's general knowledge associated with platforms other than X, I would say, because it's a general thing. It's like that time when a bunch of these fake algorithm experts were trying to use Grok as a means to basically see what weights were associated with the labels on their account so they could manipulate the algorithm. Yeah, I still remember that because there was a whole bunch of bullshit because what they did is they referenced the open source GitHub thing where the source code, they were referencing the open source algorithm from GitHub, and then what the AI did is describe what was in it, but hallucinated because of the conflicting instruction, a bunch of values that kept changing every single time you reinitiated the prompt. So it was bullshit from the beginning, right? So again, with what you're seeing here, this is a description that is good for other platforms, but you haven't specified that. Have you said specifically X?
I did. And you go to yourself I don't want to argue about hashtags. Hashtags are cool.
I've never had this problem.
My point is, with Laura Loomer, I go back far enough I worked a little bit with Andrew Breitbart. Andrew Breitbart came to Madison, Wisconsin. Loomer Fan Club is in Wisconsin. I met him there. Long story short, Andrew, as we know, I think he was killed. That's controversial, but he passed away. Whatever. When that happened, there was a hashtag. And back then, hashtags were cool on Twitter, and the reason was it was really short. We only had so many characters, so we had to use hashtags, as a way to shorten what we were saying.
So your gripe is that you
no, it's not a gripe.
One of the hashtags powerful anymore.
One of the big hashtags was I am Breitbart, and what I'm telling you is about why I believe in Laura Loomer. The hashtag I am Breitbart was really a heartfelt hashtag because a lot of
I don't care what the hashtag was. What is your point?
Well, I created this hashtag called Laura Loomer, and remember CPAC 19 in Michelle Malkin's speech?
No, I really don't care.
In CPAC 19, maybe you don't, but some people do. It may be a coincidence, or maybe it's providential that I'm privileged enough to speak here today on the 7th.
No. The only reason why you're on here is because I have enough patience left to hear you speak, and I'm not seeing the utility of the conversation right now.
Status quo. We need more like him. Laura Loomer ended up banned from CPAC, which resulted in...
Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Schizophrenia is insane. Here, let me ask you one question. What is the purpose by which you are here? What do you want to ask me specifically? Like, if you're going to be on here detailing some sort of story like fucking discount Putin, Nick Fuentes shit, that's not going to happen. Like, I've already had my fair share of that the week. I'm really like, Sorry, fucking double mute button. This is are you requesting still?
I'm talking to the DMs. He's not showing up as a request currently, but I'm looking through right now.
Okay, so this is Kier.
There he is. I see.
Oh my God.
So apparently Space is just broken, and this is Kier. I'm speaking through Elliot because we're in the same room.
Right. It's okay. Nice to have you there. So it's Elliot who's speaking, but it's who am I talking to? I see your profile.
Or Kier.
Nice.
Here's the reason why Grok specifically says 100 reasons why hashtags are good and great for engagement. It's because from pre-training data, right? So when we look at what Grok was pre-trained on, 13 trillion tokens, right? And then Twitter API was free. So TweetDeck, right? So TweetDeck, we specifically had I would say 3 trillion tokens of structured Twitter data. Like back when it was Twitter, right? Now it's X. So when you have these language associations, you begin to have basically the forward pass, or not forward, it doesn't matter. The latent representations of these features, like hashtags, being pushed so hard by these LLMs because there's been years of history of them being actually efficient, whereas now the algorithm is changed. It's not LLMs are static models. They do not have the ability to pull in information unless you build a RAG system that's as good as like Claude Sonnet plus projects. Because like even if you use DeepSeek V3 right now today with Google search, with the DuckDuck, actually it's Baidu right now. So like, I've been just going through DeepSeek V3 a lot. But anyways, so the point is that why it says hashtags are good on Grok is because Grok is actually doing real pre-training. So the thing is that the issue, in my opinion, with Grok, and Grok 3 may fix this, is that the supervised fine-tuning is not well done. And I hope they use Spectrum to do it, because Spectrum would be the best way to do it without damaging the weight. Because the thing is with Spectrum is you learn more, forget less, which is one of the biggest problems with large-scale supervised fine-tuning. And Grok will be a lot better. Like literally Grok 3 will be a lot better if they do this, and less RLHF, because the main thing, except for probably RLHFing out just like these things are no longer the case. Okay, but that's all. Elliot wants me to wrap it up, so
It's like the common wisdom, right? Imagine if you read an encyclopedia that was written in 1980 and that's all you read, right? You read that huge encyclopedia, it had millions of words in it, and then somebody asks you a question about what's going on now. The only knowledge that you have is from 1980, so a lot of it may be outdated, right? It doesn't know about quantum physics. It will tell you that, well, we don't know anything about quantum physics, and theoretically we just know X, Y, and Z. Now, the reality is that we're living in 2024 and we know a lot more about quantum physics. We know about quantum gates, particles, and so on, quarks, and it wouldn't know these things. It would maybe hypothesize the possibility of them being real, but it wouldn't be able to confirm it. That's the problem with Grok 2 right now, is that it's built off all of this old information that's static, and it's not learning new things. So hopefully Grok 3 is going to be a lot smarter than that. That's
100% agree. It's like, and the main thing I feel like is also like a lot of these is not just structured Twitter data, but it's XML tag logs, which is a massive source of pre-training data, because blogging was so big for so many years, and every one of those blogs has like, hey, you want to get Twitter followers, now X followers, then use more hashtags. Find the most relevant hashtag for your niche, right? So that's the main thing, is that like, but the thing is that you can actually train this out of a model, because DeepSeek V3 actually does no longer suggest using hashtags, which is pretty crazy considering they're a Chinese company. So, they kind of blogged like everybody else, like absolutely destroyed like us. And I'm literally attempting to implement it in Transformers, working with Hugging Face right now, and like we're doing a training run on it. And it's either way, Elliot's going to drop some fire with me. We're living together for a couple of weeks, and then we're going to drop a fire model like from the US.
Nice. Thank you. Like, can I, like, on behalf of anyone who cares about artificial intelligence, thank you so much.
All right, sorry I got you guys off on this tangent on the hashtags. I'm going to just say thank you for going into the hashtags. And the last hashtag I'll leave you with is...
No, fuck that shit. No more hashtags. No. We're not promoting any weird ass fucking movements. I'm finished. No, that's not happening.
Out his back. You can make him co-host if you want.
Yeah, no more hashtags. No more movements. No more army. No more nothing. No more militias. I'm finished. I'm sorry. My patience has been exhausted. There you go. I'm going to put you up. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
So, Okay. By the Treasury hack. I'm a first generation immigrant. My parents from China, right? But the problem is, I actually can't go back to China anymore. And the main reason for this is because my family over WeChat, or the ones that are more technically inclined over like specifically end-to-end self-compiled Telegram is basically telling me straight up that I'll just get disappeared by the CCP and literally just be shoved in a basement and forced to SFT for these companies. Because I have an AI lab. Wow. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I can't go back to, I want to go back to China, but like, everybody in my family now agrees, and they're all smart. Like, straight up, like, my mom is a double master's, one in AI from 30 years ago, and the other in distributed locking databases. Wow. So, what's funny is that a distributed locking database is, by the way, basically blockchain. So, I'm not even sure if my mom's Satoshi. I was in Bitcoin in 2011 and they hated it, so I'm assuming that my mom is it, but I would be the thing is it's hilarious to me. But hey, that's
1,000 coins stashed away somewhere.
Going back to the hack though, right? Is that these are very sophisticated spear phishing emails, basically, that are currently being. The reason the Treasury didn't catch this specific one was that it was one of those cookie dump emails that if you just open it and you don't have the specific exact plug and play hardened browsers that you get on Tails or something like that it will immediately dump every single password you have right into a session. And that's the problem because we have sessions. So that's how this hack happened, is that basically somebody just opened what looks like a non-spam email, and in that was an embed to basically execute Python code on machine, and that is really actually super simple. And the thing is that if you take a look at what we know about this hack, it looks like they use DeepSeek V3 to write the email, which makes sense because it's not in any of the database builders yet, because it's not implemented in transformers yet. So we don't even know the pre-train.
Yeah. Wow. That is sophisticated.
That's very much state hacker level. You could do it as an individual. Yeah. I could do it. Yeah. But I wouldn't.
Yeah, you could.
But the thing is,
it needs sophistication, right? It needs someone at your level of understanding of how these things work.
Yeah, all of these interfaces
would easily be able to do it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. But so.
Chinese government.
Adrian, I'm gonna go. Okay. I just want to say thanks for having me on again, and I look forward to you getting back to me about coming on Loomer and Leak. So we'll be in touch. Okay.
So we want to talk real quick about. So actually, the main reason I wanted to talk was come up on my main account was the main reason the main reason that censoring a zip code specifically and full name is not censoring, just what's that called again? Redacting specifically that information is so important. Now, this one specific piece of information is because you can use exactly those two pieces of information, the full name plus zip code, to obtain somebody's driver's license number in around 4.5 minutes with a Tails drive, if you have a Tails drive on hand already, and then that's automated. But the thing is, now, if you have their driver's license number, then you can then get their social security number through an automated onion site. Like, that's what the main problem is that, and then that's what getting is becoming so in vogue for getting all of these big loans. And like, I think Aldo was explaining this earlier, and like, I mean, yeah, huge respect, man. Like, I mean, I love educating people, but like, the thing is, like, social security numbers were never, ever designed to be used like they are. Like, that's the main thing, is that
it's a piece of paper.
Well, there's people that have alternate. There's multiple people with the same identity, and I was gonna leave until you decided to chirp in on this. And so the reality is that if you're a journalist and you post something and you say, "Oh, well, the CEO of Google was traveling with Kamala Harris, and she paid him nearly $70,000 for travel expenses, and she waited till the final report after the election to do so," people are going to say, "Oh, how do you know? Eric is a really popular name and Schmidt is a really popular name. Prove to us that it's this guy." So, like, the only way that you can really do that is by signaling in on key information. And in this case, the address on the FEC report was not his personal home address. It's the address of a foundation, which traces to a P.O. box. And so there's no threat to this person, because if you do a Wikipedia search on this individual, it says which town they live in, obviously, like, where they live, because of, they're a billionaire and their company was founded there. And so obviously everybody already knows, like, where the tech executives live in terms of, like, the city, not necessarily like the zip code, but they know exactly like which city a lot of these people live in. The tech executives, for the most part, they all live in either San Francisco or Austin, Texas. Like, whoa, it's not exactly doxing if you're.
Laura, I found his address.
I have like a screenshot of the Google Maps of his address, where his house is.
Oh my fucking god!
It's not good there.
Well, you can look that up anywhere. He's a billionaire. It's probably out there. The address
I'm talking about the guy that you doxed. I'm talking about the guy that you doxed.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about like a zip code as it relates to the FEC report on the Google guy. We're not here for that conversation. So,
no. Let me explain why that's.
So my point is that this has happened before, and this has been a point of conversation, just so I can explain to people who aren't in political journalism. So this has happened before, where people are like, "Oh, well, how do you know that that's a person?" And so, generally speaking, and I've seen other reporters do this as well, they'll blur out all of the address as opposed to the zip code, and then they'll say, "Okay, well, by process of elimination," or like, "I verified that it's their address, and you can see their company is located at this location. So without doing a full docs, I'm going to show you where it is." And in this case, like, the city in California, where everybody knows where Google's located. And so, and where also the foundation address of the P.O. box is listed. So you have to show people. You can't just post something and be like, "Oh, blindly trust this information." You have to show them beyond reasonable doubt that like it's actually believable, because there's a million people in America with the same name, Eric Schmidt. So they could easily just say, "Well, you're not showing us anything. How do you know it's that Eric Schmidt?"
Okay, here's how you do that, right? Is because you use other heuristics, because you're a journalist and you're able to find those heuristics.
I already did. You're not understanding. You don't need to like talk down to me and act like I don't know how to do my job.
No, I didn't.
I cross-referenced the address. I cross-referenced the address on the website for the Oceanic Foundation that he runs with his wife, and it's the same P.O. box. It's not a personal home address. It's a P.O. box that is listed on the website. That's, again, not personal information. That is a public P.O. box to contact an organization. People post P.O. boxes online. So are we now going to say that if we post somebody's P.O. box, that's going to be considered doxing? Like, what if you're trying to get in touch with somebody or send somebody a letter, right? So, again, you're not really understanding when you say, "Oh, you got to blur the zip code." If it's a P.O. box for a public foundation that is tied to 5 different organizations that Eric Schmidt and his wife operate, how is that sharing personal
Wait, hang on a second. What I want to know, wait, hold on. How do you know that that's what that is? Because you looked it up?
Yeah, I cross-referenced it.
Cool. So what if that would have happened to be his actual address, though? That's the problem we have.
No, I wouldn't have. After.
Wait, so hang on a second. Did you cross-reference it before you posted it? Or...
Yes, I cross-referenced it before I posted it because I wanted to see the address when I was like, oh, is it the Eric Schmidt? Because we were going through the SEC records and we were like, oh, wow, really weird that Kamala Harris would put this on. Because we're trying to identify campaign finance fraud with Kamala Harris. And we found other examples, too, that we haven't posted yet. And we're going to be posting that, in the next few days.
Okay. How about this? Just for the hell of it, blur out the zip code and in case it could be a problem.
Okay,
because it sets a bad precedent. Not everyone's going to dig in deep to try and figure out whether or not to be docs. Now, no one's going to say, no one's here to say, I'm not saying that you're doxing somebody with this indirectly. We were just simply saying that it would be better if you learned it.
Okay? I will make sure going forward, just in good faith, that people don't have any reason to get up in arms about this. But then I don't want to hear anybody bitching and saying, oh, well, where's the evidence that it's this Eric Schmidt of Google? I don't want to hear it. Okay. Yeah. So then
okay.
What?
Well, we're not focusing on that though. We're not focusing on that.
Yeah, but how, Adrian, that was my question.
All right, that's enough. Enough. Order in the court. Aldo, what did you want to say? Blaze wanted to say something as well.
All right, so it's clear that for some fucking reason the space does not work at all for me. So anytime.
It says you're co-host now, so.
Yeah, it says I'm co-host. I can't lift anyone up. So, Blaze, I'm gonna send you the instructions of what to do, and then you can do it.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Right.
I just wanted to say we have Chase Geyser in the audience or on the speaker board. Just welcome to him, and thanks for joining. How are you doing tonight?
Thanks.
Hey Chase, what's up, man?
Awesome. Been a while. How you doing? Good, so good. Of zombie horses. By the way, nice recommendation of the classical music. By the way, that was great.
Well, yeah, we should. By the way, there's a bit of news that
it's fucking fantastic.
If you guys are interested, so
what happened?
So there's, how this platform manipulation, a bunch of people have been banned, right? So he just addressed it. He said that please note that platform manipulation by buying large follower accounts and then using them to push bait narratives and scams will result in the annihilation of those accounts. Moreover, if is involved, X will prosecute to the full extent of the law. Don't do it. And he actually posted a screenshot of one of the people who was involved in this massive white.
Holy shit, dude! Pin it up at the top. We want to have a look at that.
All right, yeah. This is the.
By the way, the way you can pin stuff in a space immediately. By the way, yeah, the way you can. No, never mind. It already worked. All right, let's have a look. Who is the individual that did it?
It is this guy named Marcus.
I know what this is. Dude, this is the motherfucker with the stake accounts.
Correct. Yeah, all the fake accounts. All the big
no
fake accounts.
fucking way.
The fuck, including the fake account.
Oh, somebody get me that.
This fucking shit. This bitch has been polluting the fucking memes. Oh.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Thank God they finally got this bitch.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Oh, because I'm so tired of seeing those goddamn fucking ads inside of the meme.
Right? Like even my videos, they took my videos, which is really funny because I steal them elsewhere, But at least I credit people.
Bro,
but like,
what the fuck is this guy?
They put like steak on there. It's like, fuck you, man. Wow, this guy. Yeah, they may be prosecuting him because what he's doing is actually illegal according to the Federal Trade Commission. So yeah, hope he's lawyered up.
Yep, hammer's coming down.
So specifically, if they did not specifically tag it as a hash, like
you're supposed to put a hashtag partner or something. Yeah, you're supposed.
Yeah, exactly.
He's actually stealing videos. Like he was taking videos. Like I would post a video that I got off Telegram for like what the Ukraine-Russia thing or like some other conflict like Syria, right? And I fully credit these people. He would take one of those videos and then put the fucking stake logo on it and then publish it as if it was his own. this is a thing that he'd been doing. Like, he would take cat videos actually not owned by him, from like Instagram accounts, viral fight videos from Reddit. He would take them and then he would add the steak thing there to advertise steak. So they were literally stolen to advertise something else. It's one thing to reshare a video, right? Like IUC looks at TikTok. She takes a lot of videos from TikTok, right? Maybe sometimes she'll put her own thing on there, but for the most part, you know who it is and you know she doesn't own it. She's not advertising anything. She's not making money from it, right? This steak guy is actually literally advertising a gambling site using other people's stolen content. That's what makes it illegal.
Yes, and for example, I actually have a really good example of this. So I sent Elliot last night a video of a Waymo hitting a self-driving Waymo hitting a self-driving fridge, all built by a self-driving Tesla, and he posted it, and now it has like almost 5,000 likes, and he's gotten like over 7,000 likes, and I didn't post it. I sent it to him on Discord, and he posted it, but that's not illegal because nothing's being advertised. Correct. So the thing is, so like if they did not disclose or even like stolen content, that is a big problem, right? But the legality issue here is 100% the fact that these were not disclosed as ads, and I can say they have been going hard against these people recently. Like if you see like these influencers that like basically come out here and like don't do like the correct tag anymore, they are getting prosecuted. I believe over 70 cases in the past month have been initialized against these influencers, and of course those are like the big fish, and then subsequently also like big fish / low hanging fruit. But like at the same time, this is going to continue because it's really easy to prosecute this because it's all documented, right? Like, imagine being a prosecutor on this case. This is the easiest win of your life. Like, it's one of those things.
This guy is probably going to have to pay a lot of money to, basically everybody into the FTC because this is illegal. He was promoting a gambling website and using stolen content at the same time. He's fucked. And Twitter's going after him too. Yeah.
To the U.S., they actually could legally be jailed for up to 3 months. That's like it's not just civil. That's the thing. Like it's a criminal. There are civil. Yeah, it is also civil. Yes, there is
which is where Twitter comes in, right? I keep saying Twitter, I mean X, right? This is where X comes in. They can actually go after him for this, and I think they're going to. I mean, Elon literally just said that they'll do such a thing. So yeah, this guy.
Monetarily speaking, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's fine.
Oh, so basically, I mean, from a fiscal perspective, that just makes sense, right? So, like, if we're talking about, if we're talking about X going after these people that are, buying these big follower accounts, that are legacy accounts effectively, that have, some, amount of reach because, how often, does a large account get, mass unfollowed unless they do something ridiculous? That's the main thing is that but these accounts still in the algorithm will have that reach. So subsequently, that's the main reason these accounts are reselling, and you can really buy these accounts for actually $20-$30, which is crazy to me. It's $20-$30, I believe, for 40,000 follower account right now. Actually, no, it's a little cheaper than that, $15. So I just looked up. So, so some of this, a lot of this, I used to be Black Hat ages ago. Now, of course, statute of limitations, whatever. That's it. And I gotta say, okay, I regret a lot of what I did. Some people sent me some nasty emails, but I've never done anything past the age of 18 to any damage to anybody. But zero cool, ladies and gentlemen. Zero cool in the house. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Hackers, right? It's not hackers. Yeah. Wow. It's a cult classic movie about hackers from the 90s. It's a movie from the 90s. Hacking was like a Windows 90s. Angelina Jolie. Yeah, zero cool. Crash override. Go on. I didn't interrupt.
Whatever happened to Fisher Stevens, I wonder. You know, he's like the Microsoft guy. He's like basically Bill Gates.
There's that Laura Limmer. You'll get his address.
Oh, so I managed to I might be able to be pulled up now, like on my actual account, so I can hand Elliot back his phone if somebody wants me to do that.
No. Elliot's not going to need his phone for a while. Just kidding.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did offer to pay for his Mac, so you know.
Oh my fucking god. By the way, is this your first time listening to the conversation space? Or have you listened to it in the past?
No, this is actually my first time.
I will say, we don't usually do this. We usually have conversations that are much more constructive. We deal a lot with technology. Actually, we had a great discussion about Linux yesterday with Suraj, a very interesting individual. So, yeah, you kind of went into the more heated parts of it. We usually have people that talk about various subjects if they're like somewhat specialized in it even, or entirely specialized in it. So, yeah. Allows for accuracy.
Here's the interesting Linux little quirk that I ran into yesterday. So we're training the modules, of course, all day and night here. And we got a local rig right now that 4X 3090 Ti's, FEs, NVLink together, 1.1 terabytes, 3000 megahertz overclock RAM. So like this is pretty much the DSIG V3 local rig, right? If you want to use like the MTP for like 1.8 times speed up, then great. But but that's besides the point. So what happened was, literally, I was just training and losing my mind because it would just, my rig would die, and I'm running Noble Numbat, so 24.04 LTS on the second step, literally boot loop. And then I was just like, Elliot, you know what? I give up tonight. Let's just go to bed. Dim the lights. He dimmed the lights, and then I just like, you know what? Let me hit the train button again. Like, not train. Let me enter the command again. Hit enter, and now it's on Epoch. Let me see. It's on Epoch 2.44 out of 3. So apparently, this is also not even up to code in SF, where the lights are on the same grid as the 4,000 or 5,000-ish watts I'm pulling out of the wall. So, dimming the lights stabilized my Linux
my
rig.
dinner, and why don't you carry on with your night? We can see if we can combine it.
Well, that was probably the most endearing story I've ever heard. Elliot, you are zero cool.
Okay, my darling.
Yeah.
It's not Elliot, it's somebody talking on Elliot's account.
I miss your kisses and
Real life hackers.
Okay, so actually we're at the Residency Hacker House. So that's actually we're sleeping under a hand-built loft that's kind of sketchy, and we're using a 2080 Ti Kingpin to basically time-lapse a 1080p 60 FPS. Because like Elliot, posts his time-lapses, right? And I've been copycatting him a bit, but I have a 5900X and 128 gigabytes of DDR4 at 3600 megahertz in there, doing a time-lapse only. Like, we did an 8-hour one yesterday. So, and then we're going to have a party tomorrow night at like New Year's Eve, and we're going to time-lapse that at his hacker house. So like it's gonna go crazy. So if you look at my account, like the time lapse, we're gonna go pretty hard.
Yeah, you can find Nerv's account if you just go to my profile and you scroll down. It's a capital N, Spike. That's where you can find him.
Excellent. And you can tell we're different people, right? From the voices. I mean, that's pretty clear, right? I sound like Elon. But so interestingly enough, so I'm gonna chill real quick. So my friend for myself real quick. So the Maximilian Labone, so I'm actually gonna start a bi-weekly podcast, And so these liquid foundational models, totally proprietary, just a technical report, and they imply it's not a transformer. And so Maxime Levone, head of post-training at Liquid AI, the biggest British AI company, literally, I'm good friends with him from like, you know, okay, so some people have called me, I don't call myself this, but some people call me the best fine-tuner in the world. And I've gotten some bad check offers from like some of the big tech companies. But okay, circling back to the point, is that he is willing to talk to me on podcast for the first time about how liquid foundational models actually work, which is brand new. Like that was crazy to me that I was like, when I messaged him to be on a podcast, I was like, I know you can't talk about them. He was like, actually, yeah, we can talk about them. I was like, I'm a journalist now, apparently. That's kind of cool. So yeah, that's so I'll drop probably in like 4 weeks here. I have to do a podcast with Elliot, of course, because you know Elliot's great. But yeah.
All right. That's it. Okay, cool. Let's get to
Hi, can I place an order for pickup? Can I get a chicken? Yeah. Okay, John. Can I get the chicken shawarma pita? 4 falafel and extra spicy sauce. Sure. Just a spicy sauce. Just one. Okay, great. See you soon. Thanks. Okay, bye.
We were talking about how naming things sometimes creates a destiny for them. Nice. Yeah, people are perpetuating this nonsense that this Chuck Johnson individual had deleted his has his account suspended. No, he just deleted his account, it would seem. Because that doesn't look like that. So it's bullshit. Yep. Yeah, it's straight bullshit. So if you see it and that's a thing, yeah, it's bullshit. Straight bullshit. Don't believe it. Somebody should take like screenshots. You know what I mean? Like we have a deleted account, we have a suspended account, we have an account with a label on it. Like there's 3 different states for accounts on X. You know, the state in which they're labeled for like NSFW stuff, the state where they're suspended, or the state where they're deactivated or deleted.
Yep.
Yeah, like a screenshot of that. 3 of those if possible.
So as somebody who has tuned for research purposes a adversarial, like offensive, you know, model for